Get a Hoya?
Oh, yeah?
Can I get a Hoya?
Oh, yeah.
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 Oh, yeah, it's Sunday. It's the Lord's Day. And thank you all for being with me on TGIS, because thank God it is Sunday. Yeah, I kind of switched gears a little bit. I got a guest. I was thinking about it. I'm really, I don't want to say just, right, because it shaped my whole life, as a lot of people know, but I'm really kind of a focused, like G.I. Joe is my main passion. But then, there's Transformers and Mask and Batman stuff, if it's Arkham to Nightfall and only that. And there's like stipulations on everything that I collect and want and things like that. But I know a dude who knows a dude. He's been around for a while, likes a lot of stuff. Vintage, modern, different scales, different lines, wrestling, Star Wars, you name it. Dude's been around since before fucking social media, when people were arguing on message boards. So I thought he would have some good insight. And really, this is just for fun. I think for a topic like this, the positivity police probably won't have much to say. They probably just sit on their hands. So, if you're one of thems and you're here hate watching, one, thanks for the engagement. And two, you think everything's all fucking sunshine and rainbows anyway, so don't worry about it and just do you. Jim Largo was first, even though he didn't say first, right? Because we're trying to take that back. Jim Largo said, if I was in charge, every room would have a comfy chair and an espresso. It's not espresso. Espresso machine and butter cookies. I'll take it. I will take that. Thank you, Mr. Largo. Good to see you, my dude. And happy Veterans Day to you come this Tuesday. How's Hendo? This is a good question. So are the big three companies the only ones on the table? No, sir. It was more about IPs than the companies, right? So if you're a real big fan of, say, Centurions, how would you revive Centurions? If you're a real big fan of Inhumanoids, things like that. It's not about let's shit on these, big corporations. It's not about that. It's not, well, us little guys are going to poo-poo all day. It's an honest, sort of reflection on, if you could be put in charge of Marvel Legends, if that's like your big passion, what would you do? Would you do what they're doing? Would you do something different? Because nobody really knows what goes on at these companies. It's all about money. And I'm sure a lot of people on these teams, many of us have heard for a fact that a lot of people on these teams want to do bigger, more audacious things, and they just can't because the bean counters tell them no, not allowed to. So it's kind of one of those conversations. It's, how many of us sit around and talk about this in private? Oh man, if I could be in charge of G.I. Joe, I would X, Y, and Z. Well, now's your fucking chance. So let's chit chat about that. Patrick Strauko says, what's crack-a-lackin'? Oh, good to see everybody. And I'm going to get caught up on the chat. Well, I'm not going to restate this, but I'll just show it. Yeah. ETH Omp 88. Dude, I love that thumbnail of yours. Clytus? That's good. It's good stuff right there. I love when he gets it. Yeah, when he gets Minecrafted. Triple D's, what's up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. It was Deke Jones. Yeah. Yeah. You're a cop. Suka, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Pretty soon in the future, Suka and Brad Davenport and I are just going to get together and we're just going to, we're going to chat about all things dollies. We're going to talk about what's the scale of toys, the time-honored tradition of 118, the ultimate world-building scale. So yeah, we're going to do that. I do want to show all of you something before I bring in my guest. I showed this to the channel members twice. Once when it was like getting worked on and once when it was finished. But I have to share this with everybody else because I did make the promise that before the end of the year, this was going to happen because a lot of people have been asking for it. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, there it is. So Neon at Night will be returning where we talk about all things 1990s G.I. Joe because spring-loaded and neon is fun. And we are going to revisit the topic of the Deke animated series with Deke 2. Fucking Deke harder. So yeah, that's going to happen. I just wanted to share that with everybody. And without further ado, my friend and yours, he likes to argue with people too. He's had a few dust-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from parts unknown of the interwebs, I give you Robert's Infinite Realm. Get your finger out of your fucking nose, man. See, you made me do it twice. What are you doing, buddy? What's going on? Aside from mining for gold over there.
Like I told you, I had a good day today. It was a real surprise. Free pizza always makes it good.
Robert got free pizza, kids. No. So what's new? What's been going on with you? You've been cranking out a lot of content in your channel, dude.
Actually, I've been cutting it back a little bit.
Putting out more shit than I am.
Oh, well, that's true. But when was the last video you put out? Trying to think.
Trying to not have dead air. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I put out something today that was I've been doing inventory of my collection. Star Wars. Fun. But I'm finding all these, like, I knew I had them, but it's like, I don't talk about this stuff. So I put up, just showing some figures like Clash of the Titans today was a big one that people seem to respond to. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't
look
have
at
the whole
this bullshit.
Set.
Hiss what?
Tank.
But are we talking about the website? Because the Hiss isn't a tank.
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Go on.
So, you've been collecting for a long time. Like you stopped collecting, you started collecting again, you reacquired collections that you previously had and got rid of. I know a lot of the beats, but I don't really know everything. Needless to say, you've been around for a freaking minute.
Yeah.
Like that long.
Yeah, like that long.
At least. Yeah. So I thought it would be fun, especially since you have maybe a different perspective than you definitely have a different perspective than me, right? Because I'm primarily a Joe person.
Right.
And I don't really do modern day corporation toys. So I know you do. And I thought it would
try
be
not to, but I do.
Well, but you also like you collect wrestling and this line and that line, and yeah, so it'd be fun. You and I can we can chat with the chat and see what other people would say. There's a lot of stuff already rolling in. Tito Menace here says he's listening while toy hunting at Target. Double duty. Yeah.
Good job.
I like that. What line, if I asked you if you were put in charge of, what line do you think that you would want to kind of tackle?
Right now, I think Marvel Legends. Just because I'm really I'm really deep into trying to finish the characters I want to get. So I'm kind of entrenched there, and plus, I like Marvel. It's that simple.
See, and it's that simple. Like
that simple.
Like, what IP is your passion? And it's not just like dollies, you
right.
know, it's whatever. Like, what would you do with the IP? Our friend Kenzo, he would be a perfect example for Masters of the Universe.
Right.
A couple other people we know would be great examples for Transformers. Several people like Nico Tronis, I mean, fucking put that guy in charge of blockies, and let him run with the blockies, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like a certain corner of things. Obviously, I know for G.I. Joe, like there is a list almost in order of stuff that I would do. But what would you do with Legends? And then I kind of want to get to the chat, and we can go through what a lot of people in the chat are saying.
I'd probably start ignoring the MCU a little bit more, because I think that ship has sailed, and they still put a lot of effort in the MCU figures. They're the ones that get original sculpts and everything like that. But I mean, like, where did all those end up? Ollies. So you're putting a lot of money into something that isn't selling, versus, what I hear people say and what I say and what goes on is like people are really interested in the comic book looks of popular characters. And by that, I mean like Punisher. I mean, like, I'm looking on my shelf here to see if I can figure out anybody else. Doom. That kind of stuff. I like obscure characters, but I know that's not going to sell. And I mean, you can get away with throwing an obscure character in a wave once in a while, but
right.
But still, people want really definitive, great ones of their favorite characters. And I hear people all the time say, I don't buy MCU. I don't buy MCU. And I buy MCU only if I think the character is never going to get made in the comic line.
The challenge, and this is just from a lay person. I'm not a Marvel person. I've never been a Marvel person. Granted, I know enough about the comics. Like, if you want to discuss, like, oh, well, let's discuss the fucking origin of Omega Red. Okay. But it doesn't mean I'm a Marvel person, right? Just because I've read some books and whatnot. I don't care for the MCU movies. Everything after Infinity War is just crap.
I agree with you.
So as that lay person, I didn't realize that they were still focusing very heavily on the MCU, but I can also acknowledge that Joe or Jane Q public, they know the MCU. They don't know the deep cut shit. They don't know, you even get like some Alpha Flight characters that a lot of Marvel fans would go nuts for, but the modern day Marvel fans, right? That's
Yeah.
that's something that we have to differentiate because
Like
it's a larger fandom, and it's not just Marvel, it's Masters of the Universe, it's GI Joe, it's all this stuff. There's people that came into Masters of the Universe because of the Kevin Smith cartoons on Netflix. There's people that came into GI Joe, fucking God forbid, maybe because of that horrible Snake Eyes movie. I don't know. Maybe just because of Classified. And again, that's why the whole never go full Classified, because you don't know shit. But it's the same with the MCU people. You know, Marvel fans have to deal with MCU people the way that like generational Joe fans have to deal with Classified people. But it's going to be there.
I got this guy. He's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I love it because he's ridiculous.
Mhm.
But I'm smart enough to realize I may love it, but a lot of people are going to look at this and go, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to buy it.
Sure.
But I sit him on my desk because I love him so much.
Hal Jordan is here, dying from the plague, but is still here. Thank you for being here, Hal. And then Son of GTO says free pizza is great.
It is.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, what else? Legends. What else you got?
The toughest one for me would be Star Wars, because that one's kind of shit the bed on itself.
I think discussing the IP of Star Wars is literally that's a marathon conversation in itself.
Yeah. I mean, it is, and like, but handling it like a toy line, it's like, I think they're doing all they can. It's just a sinking ship. I mean, they're going back to the prequels, which is probably pretty smart.
Yeah, but you got to put up with fucking Kathleen Kennedy and Cowboy Dave, you know, and you got to do whatever the fuck they're coming up with.
Yeah, I think there has to be some leeway though, because it seems like since Skeleton Crew, it seems like since then they've not been pushing out as much on the.
Didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, but they put out a whole wave of Skeleton Crew, and it all ended up going to Ollie's and Ross, and it was
the same with the Acolyte. Like that shit, it almost just completely passed the big box retailers.
Right. Yeah, and I think I noticed the focus is shifting, and they're not focusing on whatever the new product, the new Disney Plus show or whatever is as much.
Yeah.
That might change too. I mean, you never know.
Well, the Mandalorian and Grogu movie, which that fucking title alone is dumb as shit. But yeah, it's a little dumb. That movie's coming out. Obviously, Blockies is already starting to put out almost 1/18 scale Blockies figures.
Yeah,
I see Blockies. They're kind of elbowing their way in a little bit.
Right, they are.
Especially with that 4-inch Stormtrooper. Because that gets dangerous. You could army build a bunch of those at a decent price. Yeah. As soon as I saw him, I was like, okay, I see what you're doing. I see what's going on.
Yeah, I may grab. I mean, those are decently priced. I'm going to probably grab a couple of those just to see how they compare with vintage.
No. Justin Booth, what's up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. No. Jonathan is being highly insensitive toward Chad.
Aw. Chad, how insensitive of you.
Yeah, I mean, that's not me, but whatever. Yeah. What do you think about this? Tito Manis here says, I think people want Build-A-Figure with Legends. I've heard a lot of people, and again, I'm just a lay person when it comes to Marvel Legends. I've heard a lot of people say, like, bring back Build-A-Figure waves. Didn't Ryan and Bobby talk with Ting about that?
Yeah, they did. I can't remember what Ting said, but I don't know if I agree.
Like it matters.
Here's the reason why. Is just now they finally did the Executioner, which was always big on my list because he's part of my Masters of Evil. They've never done him before. Yeah. But he's in a Build-A-Figure wave with a bunch of figures I don't want. That's where I get mad. Because I want the Build-A-Figure much more than I want most of the other figures. Especially another Iron Man and
Yeah. Nico Tronis said that he would gladly be in charge of Blockies.
Good.
And it is Blockies, people. Because I got the fucking answer. People are like, no, it's Blokies. And I know that was kind of a joke, but then some people, Some people can't take jokes or understand sarcasm, and then people started running with blokies. No, blocks.
So is the Star Wars one's going to be blind box like the Transformers ones are?
I don't believe so, because all they've shown so far is an 8-pack set.
Oh yeah,
Right,
that is right.
which is the Mandalorian set, and it's really 7, but then you get the pram and
Yeah,
Baby Yoda, Grogu, whatever.
I've forgotten it was an 8-pack.
So there was that set, and then there was Vader and Stormtrooper. And from what I understand, again, I don't really keep up on Star Wars toys and or blockies that much, but that's all they've shown from Star Wars so far. Somebody will probably chime in and say, well, actually, that's not true. Magna Figure Photo says mask to finally scale with 118. Thoughts?
I'd love it, but right now in this atmosphere, it would probably cost your car. I mean, because
okay, the shit that Loyal Subjects has put in. So we got to talk about Kenner, Hasbro, and then Loyal Subjects, right? Because Hasbro's whole thing is acquire a bunch of fucking companies and IPs and sit on them or put them in closet, like they do with G.I. Joe. And then when they decide to roll something out, now it's all license everything out. So they license mask out to the Loyal Subjects. They're putting out almost I don't want to hear anything about fucking painted eyes and shoulder articulation. It's almost the exact same shit. Those prices are pretty fucking high, dude.
They're terrible. I mean, I was all excited, and then I saw the prices. I'm like, nah.
Could you imagine if they did a Boulder Hill? That would easily be like $300.
Oh God, it'd be more than that.
You think so?
It's hard to say because again, I saw those prices.
Corporations are going to corporate.
Yeah, man, I saw those prices. I was like, oh my God, I was so excited until I saw those prices, and it really just sucked the wind out of my sails.
See, but this has been my argument about mask.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? 1/24th? Somebody's going to fucking actually me. Whatever the original mask scale is.
Right. I think it is 1/24th, but I'm sure
I don't know
somebody
where
will actually.
Hiding, but why would you just redo it in that scale? That scales with nothing. It scales with nothing. Unless you want to say, well, it scales with the original mask, which defeats the purpose, and it scales with the mission scale Sigma 6 G.I. Joe, which again defeats the fucking purpose. But
I think there was a Marvel line it scales with too. That
sure, but that's not the point. The point is that if they made it 3 3/4 inch or true 118 scale, which is 4.015, whatever, that scales with so much more.
True.
And
most of my collection is in that scale.
But here's the thing. This is where the hypocrisy of the picking and choosing what we praise versus what we fucking shit on, right? People want to shit on Sergeant Savage because, it's bigger than a real American hero. Well, it was intended to be. And then people want to shit on G.I. Joe Extreme, which I do that all the time, right? Because fuck all that. Thanks, Ginger Kent, Alan Hasselfeld.
Extreme deserves a little bit of it.
That doesn't even scale. It doesn't scale with Masters. It doesn't scale with Rambo and the Force of Freedom. It doesn't scale with Real American Hero. It doesn't scale with Sergeant Savage. What the fuck does 1/24th mask scale with? 118 mask, I'd have bought all of that easily.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody's ever tried it.
Yeah, and for as much as, Skeletron and all those dudes shit the bed with rolling out their projects and blah, 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 at least when they made that Robo Skull Mark II, it had 2 separate cockpits. You want to go 112? Cool. You want to go 118th? Great. But you're casting a wider net to get more purchases. Mask at 118, granted, I am biased. I admit it. I own that all day, every day. But there are people who have loved masks since we were kids who would eat this shit up in 118 scale. Guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you're that big of a fucking mask fan, why don't you already have this shit?
Exactly. That's the other part I didn't get about
I'm just saying, are you like that fair weather fucking fly by night, customer? Like, I wouldn't even call you a collector at that point. I'd just call you a consumer, because here's a thing, buy a thing, move on to other thing.
Yeah, I mean,
that's consumerism. That's,
you can buy the vintage for cheaper.
Yeah. Yeah. Or make your own in the large scale, like somebody did.
There you go, y'all.
I'm just saying. But thank you, Magna Figure. There you go. Mask in 1/18 scale. Right off the bat.
Yep.
That was a good one. Tall Geese Zero, my Canadian friend. Thank you for the Canadian $5 super chat. Thank you for being a channel member. Says, have a good Veterans/Remembrance Day, Chad. Thank you for your service. Thank you, my friend. I greatly appreciate you. And yeah, everybody who's a veteran or has a veteran in your life, I hope your Veterans Day or Remembrance Day on Tuesday is phenomenal. So thank you, Zero. I greatly appreciate you, my dude. Mo says, if I was in charge of Joe, that rhymed, I would bring back kids-inspired Joe toys in 1/18 scale with vehicles, not collector-focused, but toy-focused. Robert, thoughts?
I like it. I like the prospect of getting potentially new vehicles.
You're my Ed McMahon for the night. You're like, yes, sir.
Yes, I like it.
You are correct, sir. But see, so okay, I'm trying to monitor the chat so I don't miss other people's thoughts and do all the juggling behind the scenes and try to make it look smooth. Bring back kids inspired toys in 1/18 scale with vehicles. Okay, so it's a great play scale again, because he's saying not collector focused.
Right.
Toys, kids, right? Get the kids back into the line. That's always been my argument about G.I. Joe. It's not that classified is the issue. It's that classified is the only focus. And I understand that draws in the Marvel Legends people, but you're trying to fill two wants and needs at the same time when you've got a line that's known for world building and package art, and your packages in your non-retro stuff, it's just a generic fucking black box, very uninspired. And sure, I mean, if that wants to be the collector focused line, okay, why not? But toys should be toys too.
Yeah, and even still, if you just walk a couple aisles over, you see the Imagine-Tech stuff that's like, full-blown pace. That's Batcave and I'm trying to think of ones that's out now and I can't remember. But I know there was a really cool Batcave for a while and stuff like that. And it's like, it's a little bit younger focus, but you could age that up just a tiny bit. You probably could bring kids into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, where's the media?
Right. That's the other side of it.
Now, granted, there's Larry Hama's continued comic book. There's the Energon stuff with Kirkman and his team.
Mm-hmm.
All fantastic stuff. Now we finally got confirmation after the leak and then the denial, which, the lie of that is not really surprising. They just weren't ready to, announce it yet. But that's going to be that invincible kind of mature, The Boys, Walking Dead, very serious kind of cartoon for people like us.
Right.
But where's that? I understand that Saturday morning cartoons are kind of gone, but where's that daring, highly trained special mission force? We go on crazy adventures and do all the stuff because we can. Where is that?
Exactly. And the other side of it is
going to get kids in.
Yeah. And the other side is that comic books are facing the same problem, because it's like the audience, the kids quit coming into comics. I mean, it's all adults now. So it's kind of like, yeah, what do you, that's not going to be a good medium to promote toys through now.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, this kind of goes back to like who's put in charge of like holding the reins of these things, because you've got, you know, people who they'll write a comic, but they say like, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. And then they infuse the book with their politics. Why would we want our kids reading that stuff? You know?
Yeah, there's the whole
Well, yeah, right. Okay. So we're gonna stay away. We're gonna steer clear of that, but it does have an impact, right?
It does
Like
have an
headcanon
impact. I
says
agree with
Star Wars has become the proverbial third rail topic in fandom.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, it's kind of one of those you know, you meet a person, they're like, man, I love The Last Jedi. And I'm like, I'm on to you right off the bat. Before you say anything else, I already know what you're all about. So I don't, no, sir, go away. Yeah. Hal Jordan says Smith Master cartoon. Okay. Kevin Smith's Masters of the Universe cartoon was a great watch, and the hate for it as forced as constipation.
I mean, I think it was just falsely advertised. That's my view on it. It was like, you know, what did he say? It was a spiritual successor to the Filmation cartoon.
Yep.
And it really had very little to do with that Filmation cartoon at all. And, you know, it ended up being the Tila show, which I don't really mind that. After I knew that and watched it, I was like, okay, this is not that bad. But, you know, at the same time, it was like I was expecting He-Man. You know? And He-Man and Skeletor aren't in it for most of the first season anyway.
Because I'm not emotionally invested in Masters of the Universe, I just kind of watched it for what it was.
Yeah.
Watched them both all the way through. My only real, and I don't even want to say it's a critique, it's just more of an observation, because again, I am not emotionally invested in these lines and these IPs in the MCU, et cetera, et cetera. So I just kind of see it if I choose to, and then I just go, okay. The only thing that I really noticed was Mark Hamill playing the Joker, playing Skeletor.
That was weird too.
That was it. That was it. And I'm like,
I was watching it going,
with Hamill because he's a fantastic voice actor. Nuttier than a fucking fruitcake as a human, whatever. But he's just doing the Joker.
Yeah.
That's
I know. When I was watching, I was like, is this Batman?
Yeah, when he did the Hobgoblin on Spider-Man, he at least switched it up a little bit. Maybe he's just been playing the Joker for so long that that's his go-to voice.
Yeah, I mean, his trickster for Justice League Unlimited was you could hear some Joker in it.
Yeah.
And then when he played the trickster on the Flash series,
yeah,
you could hear
even when he played Cockknocker.
Yeah, you could hear a little bit of Joker in that, but it was like, you know, it was switched up a bit.
Yeah.
I loved in the Justice League when he was like, when Flash told him to arrest himself, he's like, okay.
Yeah. Here's a actually follow up. Cliff says the problem with the Stormtrooper blocky is that it comes in a blind box. There you go. So you could get 12 Darth Vaders. Damn it. Yeah. Okay, so let's go look at a couple others. And then Hal Jordan tells Nico Tronus, our ninja Fran, if you're ever in charge of blockies, I'll shill for you. I would too.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I would probably do some shilling as well.
But then you would have to do some Joe characters. Do the masked ones, right? So you could easily in blockies, you could do Snake Eyes, Storm Shadow, Cobra Commander, Destro, Viper, Cobra Trooper. I mean, there's a ton of them that you could do. Yeah. Why not? Yeah. I'm down with it. Mother Slug says, go back to where the line originated from. Rebuild it up from the past to present, but a cartoon needs to be in place from the start to push the line ahead. Media.
I can get behind that.
Media.
Yeah.
I'm down with that. I like that one. Jonathan Redmond. I think a cartoon / comic is required to relaunch these old lines if they are to be aimed at kids.
I ain't got time to be distracted.
Fuck, wrong one.
I was wondering there for a second. I was
I hit the wrong one.
Science, people.
I meant to hit that one. I'm sorry.
that one.
There's a lot of clips. There's a lot of nightmare fuel on this fucking screen, dude. There's a lot going on here. Yeah, but again, see that all comes back around to the media conversation. Like you got figures on shelves, but if there's nothing to go with it, you're only really, you're seeking out one demographic.
Right. And
That's you. You're that demographic.
And I heard
Not
a great
me.
term.
Yeah.
I heard a great term the other day, weaponized nostalgia. That's pretty much what they're doing.
Yeah, who said that?
It's a little complicated. I was watching a video about Zemu, the Titan from Marvel Comics, and he had implanted it. He had tried to do a hypnosis on children, and then like 10 years later, he came back and did it again. He's like, "Guys, don't you remember me?" And it was like, "Oh yeah, we remember you." And it was like he re-hypnotized people. It was really, that's what the guy said was weaponized nostalgia. Just like corporations. And I was like, "Oh, that's brilliant."
I think I heard one of the Batman Arkham streamers, right? Because I again, I've said this numerous times before, I don't watch a lot of toy related YouTube.
I'm watching less.
I just don't.
I'm watching a lot less.
But even like that's just kind of how I've sort of always been when it comes to things that I'm passionate about. The genre of music that my band plays, I don't really listen to many other bands in that genre because I don't want to sound like them. I don't want to be like them. I want to just do what I'm going to do. And it just comes out,
Right.
Like that. Just comes out. Justin Booth said, talking about Build-A-Figures and whatnot, they did the same thing with Kingpin. He was a Build-A-Figure. Now they're releasing him for pre-order on the Marvel Legends retro card.
For the third time. It's a cool figure.
How many Spider-Mans have they put out?
Oh yeah, but this is the same figure. At least the Spider-Mans are different figures.
Every single one.
For the most part. For the most part,
no, I don't think so.
I mean, you know.
Hey, Jason DeMello's here.
This guy isn't like the.
Don't be pulling down all your fucking Spider-Manses.
I only got two on the desk.
Patrick Strauko says Transformers, Marvel, and Star Wars make kids' cartoons, and they start them young. If I had Joe, I would start there for one. Here's a question for you, Mr. Infinite Realms, and everyone out there in Chatland. Would you do a period piece? Would you do a future forward, or would you do a now?
Just
those are your three options.
Just in relation to G.I. Joe?
Just in relation to
this
about Joe.
Yeah, I would do future forward.
Would you?
Yeah.
Like some kind of near future thing?
Yeah.
The funny thing is that when they came out with G.I. Joe Extreme, that was set in the future.
Right.
Which a lot of people don't remember because, who remembers G.I. Joe Extreme? Except for like a couple of us, right?
Yeah, I remember it. I just don't remember anything about it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I look it up from time to time. I'm like, oh, yeah. And then I might remember, and then I'll forget 10 minutes later.
Okay. Let me get this off the screen for a second. Yeah, I kind of want to know what everybody in the chat thinks. Period piece like 80s Cold War, current day stuff like winding down War on Terror, or some kind of near future, future forward kind of a thing. You can really go any way with it.
I mean, that's what gravitated me to Valorverse was that, it was like a couple of years in the future, and it was like,
well, yeah, it's its own world and lore and story.
Right.
And all that stuff.
Yeah. Once I started reading the comic, I was like, oh, this is for me right here.
Here's my big issue with G.I. Joe Time Now, right? Time meow meow. There is no story.
Yeah.
There's no nothing. It's literally like throwing darts at a wall. You know, maybe they have like all of Carson Metaxas's posters up with all the freaking card art, and they're just like chucking darts across the room, and they're like, Ninja Force Zartan. You know, there is no rhyme or reason. And look, I like 90s Joes. You know, I'm the Neon at Night guy, but where's the story? There is no story. And I think that's what bugs me the most, because you could say, yeah, Marvel Legends doesn't really have a story, but these are physical representations of your comic books. And if we're talking about Joe Comics now, because we already mentioned Kirkman and his Energon team, the only classified figure, okay, they're changing the aesthetics slowly to kind of coincide with classified. But really, Night Force Beachhead is the only one that I can really put my finger on. Like, that came directly out of the Energon comic, Night Force Beachhead. But is that the story? Because most of the stuff you're putting out, those figures haven't appeared in any stories yet. So I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
and then
see, I don't see.
You had to mention Ninja Force Zartan, and I'm like, you know, I have Ninja Force Zartan. I think he's a ridiculous figure. I laugh when I look at it.
I have Supersonic Fighter fucking Road Pig, man.
Yeah, I don't want a classified scale figure of that, though. That doesn't work for me. Again, novelty is, like retro carded Scarlet or retro Flint. You know, that's got a good novelty to it. Not Zartan.
Yeah. And then they did what? Night Force Lieutenant Falcon, right? With Quarrel?
Yeah.
So is Quarrel Z Force, or is she Night Force, or is she both?
Well, since they don't have any kind of even, file cards or anything, and the QR codes on the boxes go nowhere, I don't know.
I'm just drawing in the argument.
Yeah. I know she does have the
she has the Z Force.
And she has the what's it called? The Union Jack on her shoulder, like the original had.
Even though she's Swedish.
Yeah, I didn't understand it on the original either.
I'm sure there's at least one person in the chat going, I don't know who Quarrel is, and I didn't know she was Swedish. That's okay. That's what we're here for. Impossible Pie enjoys the original mask scale.
That's fair.
Get the fuck out of here, Pie. Go away. Just kidding. I love you. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. The Titan. Loyal subjects did the original scale, so they didn't have to spend money on new molds. Do you think those molds are still around?
The only molds that we know for certain that are still around are the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle ones, because those are owned by the company.
I highly doubt those molds were still around, especially when we're talking about Kenner, Tonka Kenner, General Mills into Hasbro. Like, they were all notorious for melting down molds. Or selling them. Right?
Yeah.
Because Hasbro sold a bunch of molds to Estrella, Fun School, etc., and then they wore those molds out and then destroyed the molds, because molds are only good for so long.
I know during the the dark years, when they were putting out O-ring figures in 6-packs and
the Real American Hero collection.
Yeah. But they were doing that in 6-packs, but they were doing the new sculpt stuff too at the same time. Yeah. You could take the Tiger Force version of Wreckage, which was Firefly, stand it beside the original Firefly. Yep. You could see the degradation of the mold.
Yep. All right here.
It was also in the hands too. It was like the hands were much more shallow.
But the bandolier, the pockets, and everything. It was like very like subdued, very subtle.
Yeah. But
HoloNet,
they had to redo it because there was a later one, and I can't remember which one it was. I want to say it was the Crimson Guard pack that
Okay.
came with Tomax and Zaymont, and there was a Firefly there with red and gray. That one seemed almost like a new mold, but it was exactly the same. So I wondered if maybe they redid it because they knew we were going to do a bunch of Fireflies, because they did in that line.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Holland, it says the original mass scale is too small. It was a terrible choice, and it's still expensive. See, I mean, and that's the thing, right? Everybody's got their own kind of flavor. And that's why I wanted to have this discussion, because not everybody, 3 people could say, oh, if I could make decisions at, I don't know, fucking Mattel on Masterverse or whatever, they're all going to have different answers. Everybody's going to have a different idea. And Macanita Silva's here, just to let you know. And this motherfucker's here too.
Hey, Jerk.
What's up, Jerky? Good to see you.
That's a good
Jerk,
point,
did you
because
go to Legion's Con?
I saw pictures of him there, so I think he did.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's in Jersey, right? This one's right there. And then Hal Jordan says, Extreme! Fucking G.I. Joe Extreme. Not only is G.I. Joe Extreme the fucking tombstone over the grave of a real American hero and Sergeant Savage, because it was a companion line to Real American Hero. It was not a competing line. But they took Sergeant Savage and fucked him up royally. The Extreme Sergeant Savage is bullshit. All I think about when that figure comes to mind, and he's over on a shelf, and every time I see him, I think about Marlon Brando in The Godfather when Sonny's laid out in the table. Like, look how they massacred my boy. Fucking Sergeant Savage. You fucking massacred my boy. Yeah. Exo Squad. Thoughts? Exo Squad?
I never got into Exo Squad when it came out, but it's like if they were to redo it now, I think I would at least give it a look.
No, not a fan.
Oh, I didn't say I wasn't a fan. I just, for some reason, that one just was like not something I got into at the time.
I fucking love
it. I mean, I like it. Yeah, I like it.
I love it. I'm a big fan. But yeah, the biggest challenge is that all these IPs that we like, I saw somebody else in the chat mention Jason the Wheeled Warriors and Exo Squad, and I even, just hypothetically brought up Centurions, but again, somebody made a third party, not Centurions, right?
Y'all.
If these lines died in the 80s, when we had Children's Palace, Child World, Toys R Us, KB Toys, all this stuff, fucking toys to the ceiling everywhere you looked, and cartoons, all the media, fucking cereals and shit, how are they going to make it now?
Exactly. It's like, you mentioned Inhumanoids. I know there's a diehard fan base for Inhumanoids. I don't think it's large enough to warrant a revisit to that line. I like Inhumanoids. I never had any of the Inhumanoids, but I would love the chance to get them again. But I don't think there's a deep enough fan base for that to work.
Look at it, massacred my boy. Our obligatory Hasbro representative is here, just so you know.
Oh boy.
He likes to keep tabs on me because when I let little things slip, he goes and tells them.
Tell him doing Humanoids. Hasbro can take the loss.
Mother Slug says Mask was cool in the 80s and worked. Today, that line doesn't work. You can't modify it, make it newer. That's the problem with it. And a missing cartoon to go with it, doomed on release.
Did have one of the best cartoon theme songs ever.
Fuck, it's so good. Here's the thing. Get the gem theme in your head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put the Mask words to the gem theme.
I did that. You said that one time. Yeah, it was funny.
Whoa, Mask is, right? It'll get stuck in your head, and then you're like, God damn it, I can't stand it. And then he said cockpit.
Oh God. I think I'm tasting that pizza again.
See, crazy Sith Canuck. I loved Mask idea. Never bought the toys because it wouldn't fit with my Joes back in the day.
That slowed me down on it too, I will admit, because I bought the cheapest stuff because I was like, well, what scale is this? And it was like, yeah, this don't work with my Joes. I do admit that.
I loved Mask as a kid.
I liked it. I love the idea.
Yeah, the idea, the concept, you know, the whole thing, because you've got Transformers, you've got Joe, you got the whole masked people are just cooler, right? Batman's cooler in a mask, Snake Eyes is cooler in a mask, Boba Fett's cooler in a helmet, etc., etc. Put it all together, Mask. The concept is great. The toys, you know, lots of vac metallized, real rubber tires, things like that. They transformed. They were very toyetic. The play features were fantastic, but the scale, it's just the scale. Now I understand that the vehicles were the real toy and the figures were kind of the accessory, especially when they have those fucking nightmare fuel faces that aren't really faces at all. But now you've got Matt Tracker is in the Energon Joe comics. More of them are starting to show up. Matt Tracker, you know, his previous relationship, not that kind of relationship, but you know what I mean? With Clutch and things like that, they're going to start bringing in more Mask stuff. What do you think the over-under is? And this is to everybody in the chat. What do you think the over-under is that you're going to see Matt Tracker, maybe a General Mayhem like he was in the Modern Joe run or something like that, in Classified?
That would be weird, but it's not unprecedented either. I mean, we had Specialist Tracker back in the Anniversary line, so yeah. I mean, I can see
the Anniversary line also had a lot of vehicles, though.
Yeah. Didn't they do a Miles Mayhem in a?
Yeah, they called him General Mayhem.
Okay, I thought they did.
Yeah, he was in the Iron Grenadier set.
That's it. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, you know, it's not like,
and he just slid right under the radar because they called him General Mayhem. I guess a lot of people just didn't put two and two together that was Miles Mayhem.
I knew it. I know the opportunity to get that set was over by the time I knew about it.
Stuart Jardine, wouldn't it be so easy for Mattel to do Dino Riders if they had the IP? Yeah, because of Jurassic Park.
Yeah, they got the molds.
Do you think there's some kind of like legal thing with those molds, though?
Possibly.
Again, none of us really know, right?
Yeah.
Call Bobby. I don't know. Ask him. He'll fucking tell you. Or
yeah,
Ace.
I've
One of them
heard,
will tell you.
I've always heard mixed stories about the use or reuse of molds in across lines, and it never makes sense. It never does. It's like, you know, some say you can, some say you can't. Nobody ever has a straight answer.
Okay, this is for you and everyone else in the chat. I'm gonna put this up on the screen. I am not gonna read it out loud.
Okay.
Did it just fucking jump? Damn it, it jumped.
Oh no.
Oh no, I found it right here. I'm gonna put this on the screen. We're not gonna have dead air because we're technically gonna have background music, but I want everybody to read this. Okay. Thank you, Raw Talk Real Deal. I appreciate that comment. I think I blushed. I don't know. That's fucking horrible. That's terrible.
That's funny.
Buck Fuddy. I'd like decent Sergeant Rock figures in the Lord scale.
Dad Rock.
McFarlane did a 7-inch, right?
Yeah, it was a 7-inch.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to see Sergeant Savage in Classified?
Sure.
Get out of my house.
I mean, I'm not going to buy it. I just like to see what they
No,
do.
you're just like, yeah, whatever. I won't support it, but sure. Fuck it. Okay. I might buy that. I'm sure somebody just wrote that down, but I always said that low light was going to be my litmus test. Serpentor was kind of in there, right? Because that's just that time frame, when fucking Joe was just laying waste to everything else around. 85, 86, Joe was just killing it. But a Sergeant Savage, man, I'd probably get behind that. Even though Lowlight's my boy, and he would be mad as fuck if I did that. So
I would at least give it a look.
I would too. But I gave Lowlight a second look, and I was like, it looks like every other figure.
What did you think of Lenny copying Bobby's homework?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Come on. Yeah. We all know that. But then again, isn't that what classified is? And that's not me shitting on it. That's just asking a legitimate question. Isn't that what classified is? Just take what's there.
I mean, what are we at right now?
Again?
180 figures, and like there's only been like 2 new ideas in the whole thing. Maybe 3.
Which is what? Mole Rat and don't say Wolf Spider. That's Beachhead version 3. Come on.
Yeah, you're right. It's Beachhead.
That's fucking Beachhead version 3.
I thought there was another, not original character, but maybe an
somebody in the chat let us know. Mole Rat for sure.
I know there was Mole Rat. Maybe. Well, they did female officers.
I have those in GI Joe. I have them in
118. Yeah, never mind.
Oh yeah, man. The blonde one, the redhead, the brunette, and yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd forgotten about this.
Yeah. But then again, like a chick Crimson Guard is not a new character, right? It's it's a different sex wearing the uniform. That's really all it is. That's that bullshit, son. I don't buy that. Yeah, Mole Rat. And
you could argue that's Zombie Viper.
Yeah. It
First thing I thought of.
It's the Toxo Zombie. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, whatever. I would argue this.
I would too.
I would argue this all day. Hollinet says 99.99% of kids don't care about toys. Was
it you that had Kirk Bazigian on who said that he handed his nephew a toy and he was like 10 or 12 or something and just was gaga all over it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. But again, my wife and I have a daughter. She has always been into toys. She is still into toys. She still collects toys. I still buy her Monster High shit because when we were at San Diego Comic-Con, I fucking hunted all 3 of those days to get her that GD Elvira fucking Monster High figure, and I finally got it.
Yeah, I remember you talking about
Not
that.
at San Diego Comic-Con, but after. Not the point, right? And I bought her several cents. I just do that for her as like, a little treat. Hey, got you this. Cool. But I can only speak for me. My child is still into toys and she's almost 19 years old.
Yeah.
Right, so,
I mean, it fits because, I mean,
I think this has to do a lot with fucking iPad kids and the parents who aren't like, they're letting the iPad parent their kids.
That's a huge part of it. I mean, there is some fascination with technology. I mean, let's face it, this is a whole new thing taking over our world. And
fucking stupid box. That's what that thing is. The world at your fingertips. What is it? Cat memes and porn. Forlom, what's up, dude? Says 25th through 50th anniversary did that perfectly. It was both for kids and adults.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Absolutely. Until the movie figures came out and it kind of fucked all that up. When your main competition is yourself, that was a little weird, right?
That was a weird time.
And different
It
price
really was.
points. Why aren't these movie figures selling? Well, because you've got the cooler looking card backs right next to them for $1
Well, and
cheaper.
plus
You
they had
fucking
all
tell me.
Yeah, and they had spring-loaded things, and it was like, yeah, that worked in the 90s, but it's not going to work today in the 2010s. You know, it's just like,
Yeah.
and everybody was dressed the same, and
Oh God, I know. Speaking of which, Draws Walker says one IP I'd bring back in 1/18 scale is Jason the Wheeled Warriors or Spiral Zone.
those are two good ones.
Yeah. Conrad Hauser, MD, Dr. Duke, get it?
Got it.
For Joe, I would revamp / retcon. I like that. The OG 13 back to all having origin stories based on Vietnam or 1970s entry into the army and how G.I. Joe was founded, like a version of Delta Force or DevGru. Fucking love it. Again, period piece, right? Retcon it, bring it back to basics. I want to see somebody, and I thought with the fucking hipster vinyl collecting fucking bongo beating on bullshit that Hasbro does these days, I really thought when they did Colonel Hawk that it would have been the issue 1 Colonel Hawk with the fucking green military sweater with the red collar. That's what I wanted to see.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't happen.
Yeah, didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Hey, Robert, you want to read this for me?
How insensitive of you, Chad.
Chad, why are you so insensitive?
Thank you, Scuba Pete. Jonathan Redmond says, I wish the regular Marvel Legends and Classified would get the same torso articulation as MCU and Black Series figures. That torso cut, the fucking ab crunch cut.
Yeah.
Just ruins the look of a figure. I'm going to let you talk on this because the only one I could speak on is a Classified ab crunch, which I've done a million times.
Yeah, the Classified ab crunch sucks.
So we're talking about the diaphragm, right?
I'm actually looking for an example. Let me see.
You guys see my boobs? Yeah.
This is not the best example, but yeah, this is like,
hold it up. Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see. I mean, it's a better design. I mean, I think that's what Bobby has, right?
Yeah, the diaphragm. So let me ask you a question. So that one has the torso diaphragm, which, by the way, the 4-inch Joes have those too.
Mm-hmm.
Does it also have a ball in the waist? Does it have waist articulation
that's
as well?
Where this specific one screwed up because, as you can see,
some do and some don't.
Yeah, this has the same thing that the Classified figures have for the waist, which I think is stupid.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, here's another funny thing, and I'm just going to point this out. If I were in charge of the G.I. Joe IP, I would make it, now that they're trying to put out more world building shit in 1/12 scale, like porta potties and small vehicles and stuff, make every one of your figures to where they can sit at 90 degrees. Because a lot of them can't.
I pointed that out in my Vanguard video when I sat Stalker in there. He's like, you can see it. I mean, plain as day. It's like, yeah, there's an issue here.
Yeah. My Fun School Battlehawk video where I put Classified Beachhead in there, he still doesn't sit at 90 degrees. I had to bend his knees and make him all fucking weird, and he still like bounced up and down because he doesn't sit. They have that weird fucking diaper crotch. So if you're moving a line away from like static shelfies into more world building where they will sit in vehicles, what do you think the percentage of those figures that can actually sit at 90 degrees? 10%? 5%?
I don't know. I don't know if they ever addressed that issue, to be perfectly honest. I never checked.
Because it's all cart before the horse, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. That's the thing, right? There are so many. When we talk about like sculpting and articulation, it doesn't matter the scale within reason, right? Again, we're not talking about mask and 1/24th, because you can take the O-ring construction style and articulation, and that's what Loyal Subjects pretty much did, because they've got rivets and this and that and like certain points of articulation. But when we look at modern figure construction, it doesn't matter if it's 3 3/4 inch O-ring, that 4-inch modern construction of Joy Toy, you know, Planet Green Valley, the Hasbro shit that they were doing. You look at like what Matt LaCroix is doing with Strike Force Alpha. They have forearm and wrist.
Right.
Now, when Bobby's working on his O-ring figures, he's putting ankle rockers on those O-ring
I
figures.
saw that, which is
But
cool.
this, like, you can get away from that fucking ab crunch.
Yeah.
There are so many better ways to articulate a figure than an ab crunch. I would get rid of that shit 100%. I would also get rid of pins, but you still see pins.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You still see pins.
Werewolf by Night's going to have pins in him. I mean, that's. I was like, what are you doing?
Let me ask you this, and I'm sure a lot of the people in the chat are probably going to chime into themselves as well.
Yeah.
Are pins current day, like today, are pins an indication of reuse? Is that really all that is? Because I know when I look at classified, I see some figures with pins, some figures without pins, some figures with ab crunch, some figures without.
More than likely at this point, yeah, if there's pins in it, it's reuse. Werewolf by Night's going to be reusing the Jackal.
Jackal.
Yeah, Spider-Man villain, just with a different head. So, but
I know what it is, Robert. Thanks.
I didn't know if you knew. Sorry.
Actually, Chad, it's a big Marvel.
But
whatever.
Yeah, because most of the time, anything modern has gone pinless.
And that's what I thought. So
yeah.
Kenzo's Creations, our good buddy from Colorado. He's right up the street from me, metaphorically speaking. I would maybe go deeper into Masterverse and do vehicles and playsets for the 7-inch line. The detail and articulation on them is so much better.
I do like the Masterverse line.
One thing I will give Masters of the Universe, when they came back out again, vehicles, mounts, playsets. You got Hasbro over here like, we can't do playsets. Mattel's like, oh, you want a fucking Castle Grayskull? Boom. You want a Snake Mountain? Blam. You want a new Eternia? Yeah,
this is true.
A little jealous. I admit it all the time. Yeah. Jonathan Redmond says Hasbro needs to get out of whatever bullshit, that's that bullshit contract that's forced them to make the Disney Plus Star Wars crap, and let them focus on stuff that will actually sell. Also, more hands and accessories. Robert?
You know, I keep having this feeling that if Hasbro ever really fought Disney fought Disney on the contract, Disney would cave, because they got to be recognizing how Star Wars is not nearly as valuable as it was, and that Marvel is slipping too. They have to know. I mean, they're seeing all these box office bombs come in, and it's like, ooh, that's not good. And they can spin it any way they want, but you know, the numbers don't lie.
No, I agree.
It's not the boom, it's not the boom IP it was. Either one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I will definitely agree with that. So I think kind of the elephant in the room is that when you talk about $500 million per IP to license, right? Marvel, half a billion. Star Wars, $500 million. Not only are you contractually obligated to put out figures of their newest whatever, Eternals, Acolyte, on and on and on, right? Stuff that just sucks ass and swallows. That's from Riddick, by the way.
Yep.
And just clogs up, Ollie's and Ross. They have to do that. But then you have a company you're already in the red. As soon as like you sign that paperwork, you are in the red, $500 million, and you are going to put out whatever you can to recoup that money before you even get into the black and start seeing profits. My argument has always been against stuff like this because, okay, yeah, I'm sure they're lucrative to some degree. Otherwise, why would they keep doing them? Right? They would have to be. But at the same time, you have stuff like Joe, Transformers, Mask, on and on and on. You're not paying any royalties or licensing fees or anything like it. Just when you've got Star Wars and you're putting out the Retro 5 POA, the Vintage Collection 4-inch modern stuff, the Black Series shit, you got all the Marvel Legends stuff. Now they're doing Marvel stuff again in 4 inches, right? Because you're trying to recoup that money. Like, I will put it out in whatever scale, whatever size, little kid shit, adult collector stuff, whatever, because I need to make that money back. Look at all that. Like, dude, they're doing O-Ring Joes, but they're letting Super 7 do it. And we see what Super 7's doing. And the 4-inch Joes, Haya's doing, but it's in their contract that they can only distribute and market those in Asian territories because they were supposed to bring back the figure subscription service, which got turned into Hasbro 375 because fucking executives are dumb. But for Star Wars, they will fucking lie down and just get teabagged all day.
I think it's because Star Wars has got a good history. It didn't start really falling. I mean, even after the Force Awakens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't until
they just renewed that contract.
Yeah, but I think they honestly believe that it can rebound. I mean, meaning Hasbro. I mean,
I don't disagree with that sentiment, but what I think it is I think they are so hand shy when they let that original contract lapse, and then they got fucking raked over the coals when they went to get the new contract when the prequels came out. I think that's what it was. Right? Because the deal they had with Lucasfilm when it was George Lucas, like the man himself, they had a fucking sweet deal. When the prequels were coming out, right? Now that was Hasbro, that was not Kenner, because Kenner was bought by Hasbro in 1991. They got fucked. And they fucked themselves. And I think that they are just like what you said, they think it's going to rebound, and they're so worried that they won't be holding the license to that IP when it rebounds that they're going to get fucking screwed again.
And then something else I thought about, which is a Disney deal. It's kind of like all these live action remakes, right?
Mm-hmm.
They keep coming out, they keep coming out, and they keep bombing. And it's like, eventually, like after Snow White, everybody said, okay, that's going to kill live action remakes. And a bunch of them got killed off. And then suddenly Lilo and Stitch. And then back on. Because one success, they'll go, oh, you see, it works. And they'll just keep doing it. They have to have like 3 or 4 failures before they realize, okay, this isn't working. Which is close with Marvel.
Yeah. Hey, did you know that Ace from Ramen Toy is joining us?
Hey, Ace.
It's 6:30 Monday morning where he is. He's joining us from the future. Welcome, future boy. Ooh. Good to see you, Ace. Thanks for being here, my dude. Impossible Pie just chimes in and says, Mark Hamill playing the Joker, playing the Hobgoblin, playing the Trickster, playing Cockknocker, playing Skeletor. You know what that's is?
That's that bullshit!
Sorry.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Lunchbox Killa is here. Good to see you. We got a lot of good people here. A lot of people just cruising in. I'm still all the way back in the chat. Oh man, look at this. Ramen versus Valaverse 2026. No, shut up from Hasbro. with that bullshit. Yeah. Son
They'll
of
get them
GTO
to
said,
destroy themselves.
Chad has too many buttons to push. And then again, Holonet says toys for kids are dead. Tell that to Barbie
Yeah.
and Lego.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Lego's smart. They market to both markets.
I don't think kids' toys are dead.
I don't either.
I mean, we all have our own opinions, right? But I don't think so.
I think we
I
got to
like
do
this.
something to get kids interested in them.
Huh? What?
I think we got to do things to get kids interested in toys. But yeah, no, I don't think it's dead.
I don't think that kids have changed. I think that times have changed. And when you
Exactly.
price kids out of shit, it becomes like a self-defeating thing.
Right.
Yeah. If these toy companies, and I'm not saying all toy companies, because it's not all toy companies, but when you have corporations that admit something that all of us knew for a long time, like they were focusing on nostalgia baiting and adult collectors, right? People with deep pockets, disposable income. Fuck them kids, right? Price the kids out, going after adults, and then you say, well, kids don't play with toys anymore. I wonder why.
Gee, wonder why.
It's the same with comic books. Can a kid take their allowance and go buy fucking comics anymore? Maybe.
But I just thought of an example, and I bet everybody can go to the store and see this for themselves. Hot Wheels. Kids still play with that shit.
Fuck yeah.
Every day, every time I go into the store and go by the Hot Wheels section, there's there's at least 2 or 3 kids, looking them over or something. And so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Black Spearhead says Micronauts was the real world building line. Mego leveraged themselves too much and missed out. Still coming out in Japan under original IP of Micro Man. Yeah. Is it Mikugan or whatever?
I don't know.
Relaunch with a show to piggyback on. That's also a precursor to G.I. Joe.
I think Micronauts could work. I recently reread the comic book, and I was surprised how much I actually like it.
Microman and Mego chips, they were real big influences on Hasbro doing G.I. Joe like that. Absolutely.
Dukes of Hazzard, too.
Oh, yeah. So, yes, I will come back around and say real world building line. Sure, I'll agree with that. What about this shit? Toys and cereal boxes. I would bring that back.
Yeah.
Right?
That is true. Yeah. I hadn't even thought about that.
That's a fucking good one. Hey, Bug Fuddy, I like that picture. That girl is thick, boy. At least 2 C's. I'm good with that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Cracker Jack, too, which...
You know that Harry Carey once got stiffed out of Cracker Jack toys and never let it go? Well, if Mikey was here, he could do it, but yeah, I can't do it.
I can't do it either.
Look at this. Giraffe said, do G.I. Joe as a period piece 2.5 million years ago.
Had the Joes as cavemen, huh?
Actually,
cavemen weren't around 2.5 million years ago. Were they actually?
No.
They were. I don't think so. It's like 100, 150,000, 100,000 years ago. Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Neolithic man. 2.5 million years ago. You're like Lucy, right? You're like missing link shit. Either way, just kidding. I would not be down for that.
That would be weird.
No.
Bunga bunga la.
Holonet says 80s is too dated. That's bold. Okay.
Yeah, that is bold. And since everything seems to be coming from there.
Gotcha. That's kind of true, right? Like everything we're looking at right now is 80s to what? Very early 90s.
Yeah, it feels like people aren't letting go. And I mean, it's like, it's just been the past few years. It's just been like, Indiana Jones, Star Wars, and I'm trying to think others. Tron. All of it.
Fucking Tron.
He sucked.
Well, first of all, I didn't see it. Second of all, why would you launch this Hasbro 375 with Tron? Why?
As a HasLab.
Here's the thing.
At that price.
Yeah. For those items. There's not even a guard. Like if you're gonna give me some kind of Tron HasLab, give me a fucking recognizer. Give me a fucking tank. Give me the recognizer, give me the tank, give me all the fucking characters, give me a couple of guards, whatever, something else. And if you go back and rewatch the first Tron and Tron Legacy, Clue is in the first Tron.
That's right.
But a lot of people forget that Clue was in the first Tron and he gets fucking de-rezzed. And then in Tron Legacy, he talks about how he created this character Clue to help him fucking build a new grid. And I'm like, wait a second, you had a Clue. Clue died. Did you make a new, like, there's no mention of like, I resurrected Clue or anything. I'm like, who the fuck wrote this? Anyway, getting away.
I always took it he rewrote the program, but yeah.
Either way, it's right. He doesn't say it like that.
Right.
If I could be, to go off the topic of my own fucking show, it wouldn't be put me in charge of the G.I. Joe IP. It would be put me in charge of Hasbro 375 and just let me fucking cook. That's what it would be. And it would be mask. It would be a new motherfucking flag. It would be a grip of shit. A grip of shit. If they're all going to be HasLabs, that's fine. They're going to be fucking, they are going to be dream projects. I will give you a 1/18 scale fucking Boulder Hill that will knock your socks off, kids. Vote for me. It's Chad.
Now, would you do the Resolute proposed one that opened up, or would you do like just the regular flag?
No, I would do the Resolute style one with the two launch decks and the circular shaped conning tower. Yeah.
That was more interesting.
It wouldn't necessarily have to be the one where the flight deck opens up down into the play space, but why not? Because we want to get kids back into play.
Right.
There's a lot of stuff that you could revisit. If Mattel's out here acknowledging, like, yeah, the Eternia tracks, if you breathe on them, they shatter. We're going to make a new Eternia. Well, anybody who owns a fucking Defiant understands that bitch buckles under its own weight. I don't care how pristine your Defiant is. Your tracks are buckling because it is so fucking heavy. I know a lot of people would buy a new Defiant.
Yeah, especially if they fix that.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Peak Obi-Wan says Renegades was the answer, in my opinion. Are we talking about like the time frame thing or the story?
I think he's talking story.
Isn't that basically the A-Team?
Pretty much.
Isn't that what Retaliation was too? And that's cool. You know, whatever. Hey, would you like to read this?
What's going on, Chad and Robert? I'd like to never. I'd go with a never future setting in of doing something new to bring in the kids. Never.
I think he meant near future.
Near future. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
What's up, Lou? Good to see you, man. Yep. Joe Bits with the hot take. It's 2025, kids. 30-minute cartoons are fucking lame. A live-action Joe miniseries on Netflix is a much more realistic and fun idea. I do not disagree. That's what made Resolute kind of fucking take off, right? It was it 10 6-minutes or 6 10-minutes?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly.
It was one of those, but they were short and they were numerous. And it made
I
a movie.
I didn't watch it until it was actually the fully edited together into one.
Oh, I remember watching them when they were on Adult Swim, right? It was Adult Swim.
Yeah.
But I just don't remember the length versus the number of them. I'm sure somebody just put it in the chat. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do that. Yeah, my bad. Whatever. Fucking sue me. Yep. No flag points. I want live action G.I. Joe PSAs. You know, if they had, I don't even want to call it a movie universe because everybody wants a fucking a universe now, right? After the MCU.
Right.
If they had movies that were successful, I could see them doing stingers of that. I could see them doing those stingers because that shit would be funny.
That would be funny.
Yeah, it would be funny. We got to scroll through a couple things real quick. I got a bunch of shit starred. There's a lot of cool conversation topics, but I want to hit a couple of these. Jim Largo, our good friend from Largo's Lair, from Parts Unknown, sends a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jim, and says the next big thing has to begin with world building and storytelling. Something epic from video games or manga with characters we care about. You don't say. Thanks, Jim, for the super chat. Robert, thoughts?
I was discussing this with my mother today. We were just sitting around talking about, you know, how everything seems recycled and redone and everything. And I was like sitting back and thinking, yeah, what was the last kind of franchise that grabbed people's attention? I think it might have been Game of Thrones. I can't think of anything else past that.
Until season 8.
Well, I mean, it fell apart. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, there for a little while, it had everybody's attention.
Yeah, it was definitely the water cooler thing. I'm trying to think if that was like the last, but yes, I do agree with you. Hal Jordan, Stranger Things is garbage. Yeah, Stranger Things, yeah. Was that concurrent with it? It's not like it matters, but yeah, Game of Thrones, Stranger Things.
The only thing I don't like about Stranger Things is all the kids are now in walkers, and I'm supposed to be convinced they're kids.
I don't. I saw the first season. I thought the first season was cool. Second season, I was like, whatever.
Yes.
And I never went back to it. I think I got
Second
through like
season
2
was rough.
episodes of season 2, and I was like, nope. Our good friend Justin Booth, 89, gifted 1 channel membership. Dude, thank you so much for that. And you get this.
Wolverines! Hell yeah!
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Justin Booth, for gifting that channel membership. And he's going to get one too. Kentucky
right.
Inbred gifted 5 channel memberships one more time for the movie that was filmed in the state that I live in.
Wolverines! Hell yeah!
Thank you guys so much for gifting those channel memberships. It truly means a lot, and I appreciate you both. Yeah, thank you to everybody just for hanging out and being here. Let's go back to the chat. You wanna?
Okay.
Okay. You're like, so whatever. Now I gotta find where we were. I gotta find there's so much. Oh, here we go. Read this for me, since it involves you. Yeah, you're in there.
I laugh at Star Wars collectors. The insane prices for a figure that you can find at every day-to-day store or collector toy shop is amusing when Star Wars collectors talk about how rare figures are. Don't remember mentioning that. And plus, let's face it, they priced adults out of collecting now with Star Wars, so it doesn't matter.
Is it just Star Wars? Or is
They
it
price. I mean, the prices that Hasbro is doing now, I'm just like, nah, man. You were already overcharging me at $25. It's like,
was that you who sent me the screenshot of that person that was like bitching in the classified group about how the figures went up to $28? Like, where the fuck have you been? Yeah,
that popped up. Yeah, it just popped up randomly in my Facebook feed, and I was like, I was laughing at it. I was like, wow, where have you been, dude?
Dude, you are bold for being in those classified freaking Facebook groups. You want to talk about
That's the thing. I'm
dumpster
not.
fires.
That was the weird part. I'm not. It just popped up in my feed.
Really?
Yeah.
I couldn't with those groups. I can't with a lot of toy groups, period, just because I don't know how I can say this without sounding like a shitty gatekeeper, but I might as well.
Be a shitty gatekeeper and go.
Yeah, it's fine. Like Ryan always tells me, I need to gatekeep more, right? He tells me that all the time. You need to gatekeep more. Save G.I. Joe from these people.
I like it.
If you're such a fan of a thing, how do you know nothing about a thing in the information age when I'm sure you're just sitting around, like we talked about earlier, watching cat memes and porn when you could be learning about all of the deep, rich history of this thing that you're such a fucking fan of?
I say the same thing. It's like, I remember once, I'm trying to think, that there's a Marvel character called Despair, and they put him out in the Doctor Strange wave, right? And I saw somebody reviewing him, and he said, well, it's just a big black hunk of plastic. And I'm like going, that's the design of the character. And then he admitted, I know nothing about this character. I'm like, then why do you have the figure? It's like you're just buying stuff to buy stuff. I mean,
there's certain things like people with the Dragonfly HasLab who didn't know who Glenda was. Okay, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Is Glenda a deep cut? A little, I guess, right? Sure. We'll say yeah, because she's one of the international. Okay, we'll let it go. But as soon as I was on 3POA and I was talking with Ryan on that Wednesday night about, oh, hey, Bobby heard this yesterday afternoon. I heard it this morning about the new round of layoffs. But then I also got all this stuff about the focus is going to be more on retro carded figures and nothing's off the table. October Guard. As soon as I said hooded Cobra Commander, dude, that shit fucking boom. Then people were sending me screenshots from groups of the fucking link to the show and then the video later that Ryan cut out of that. Now everybody's all on board with hooded Cobra Commander. It's the same thing with Cobra Law. You've been around forever. How many people do you know who collect toys or are fans of all this nerd culture shit who would crap on Cobra Law religiously until Classified put out Cobra Law?
Dude, I crapped on Cobra Law because you know what? Cobra Law got me. My one break in collecting was Cobra Law's fault. It's like 1987. And I was like, no, I'm going to get a few figures out of that year I want. And then I'm quitting. And then I came back for Storm Shadow version 2. So it was like 8 months. But yeah, God, I remember Joe Boards. God, they used to crap all over Cobra Law. And I mean, I know I only have the anniversary Nemesis in Fort Nemesis. I think he was called Immortal at that point.
Immortal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember if that one was called Immortal. I'm almost positive it is. But anyway, I only had that one because they had the Falcon. He came with Falcon, and I wanted that Falcon.
Yeah, it's a good Falcon.
Yeah, and I was like going, okay, I get an extra figure, so what? And that was it, you know. And I said that's the only Cobra Law I'm ever buying. And I do have the originals, but I didn't want any further past that, and I'm stuck to that. I didn't buy any of them in Classified. I was just like, you know, if you like it, great, go have fun. I can't stand that shit. I just can't.
Anyway, we're kind of getting a little bit off the rails, and that's kind of my fault. But you know, BK for Life from Hasbro headquarters says Road Pig is a fan favorite. Is Road Pig a fan favorite, or is he a fucking Hasbro Joe Team favorite?
I hate Road Pig, but
I would say the latter.
Yeah, I will say that anniversary figure, Road Pig, I absolutely love that figure, especially the street signs shield. I love that.
That's cool.
I mean, that's a testament to how good that design is that I hate that character and love that figure.
HoloNet is informing us that Z-Force does not exist in classified.
Probably. But we don't have that in writing, so we don't know. Yeah, no file cards.
I don't know. Here's a good question. Dan Olton? Oulton. Oh man, I don't want to fuck your name up. Dan, do you think the Hasbro team is excited to have to come up with toys for the new Kirkman cartoon?
Do you think they will? That's the question.
Well, I mean, I did talk with Lenny to his face about look at me over here name dropping like we're fucking bros now. About Energon and like, you know, is there going to be like a push? Because I did ask, it was just an organic follow-on. I wanted to know directly these Transformer collabs. When it's a Transformer G.I. Joe collab, who actually works on that? Right? Because it's always just kind of been like ambiguous. Who works on that? Is it a group effort? Like everybody gives, you know, 50%?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, yes, like they have their part, we have our part, like it's everybody puts in the work. And I'm like, okay, cool. Cause I was genuinely curious. The follow-on was talking about the Energon stuff because they had the Void Rival set with Jetfire.
Right.
Is this going to like continue down the road? Is this going to become a bigger thing? And he said, I'm not supposed to answer that, but yeah. But that's obvious. So I want to say yes, but again, it's very scattershot because you have Classified Night Force Beachhead, which is again directly pulled from the Kirkman.
Right.
They were able to just, you know, repaint this, repurpose some parts, and bing bang boom. That's fine. But then you have the Void Rival set O-ring figures. You have the Transformer Joe collabs, which they've stated numerous times. Pardon me. Those figures will be classic designs, going back to the Real American Hero days, 82 to 94. So again, that's why I'm saying, based on the topic, I would only want to be in charge of Hasbro 375 because I would give you a metric fuck ton of those with masterpiece size Transformers because they scale well. Yeah,
that is true.
Giraffe. I can't believe we're getting Ninja Force Zartan before Thrasher and the Thunder Machine. You know why. You know why. They shit canned that freaking price point. That's why.
And they still got to get Zanzibar out. I thought so.
Yep.
I mean,
Mask
like the old ones.
Our new molds. And
oh,
mira.
I love you too, Impossible Pie, very much. You're a devilishly handsome gentleman. Smudge Customs. I know hardly anything about Joe's, but I love the figures. That's cool, man. That's awesome. But I'm pretty sure that Smudge Customs doesn't run around telling anyone who likes Hooded Cobra Commander that they're racist. That's the problem right there.
Well, plus Smudge is doing it for custom, so he's looking at the whole different way.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Here you go. Our good friend House Hendo. With Marvel, I would have a focus on army building in a sense. Better designed and priced Trooper 2 and 3 packs for factions like the Brood, Badoon as Guardians, Purifiers, Novacore, etc. Fucking brilliant.
That's a good one.
This if I could make decisions, you know, blah blah blah. This goes all the way back to Kenner and Star Wars. Why the fuck were they not putting out 2-packs, 3-packs, 5-packs of stormtroopers or whatever, snow troopers, scout troopers? Where the hell is the rebel fleet trooper? You know what I mean? Like, why were they not doing that back in the day?
I don't know.
If you were a kid and you got, you know, figures for Christmas and like, oh, I got fucking 4 Darth Vaders. Damn it. But did I get 4 stormtroopers? No. I got 4 Darth Vaders. I got 4 Han Solo. Oh, okay, whatever.
I got 3.
But if they had 3-packs, 5-packs, 2-packs, brilliant. That shit is money on the table. And it has been for decades. Yeah. That is definitely something like any character that's an army builder. Now you see this whole what do they call it, Robert? Made to order, right? Where they put up like the pre-order. It's like the made to order window, which a lot of us have been saying for however long, like put up a pre-order, leave it up for 90 days, whatever, right?
I'm waiting for the one that doesn't quite meet the MRQ on that, because you know it's going to happen.
Yeah, just
matter of time.
Yeah, just give it like 3 minutes.
I mean, they've been making some great choices. I freely admit, you know, Dragon Man and then Sentinel and then that Mephisto. I caved on Mephisto.
Okay, but think about, for all these people who want to build massive, crazy ranks of stuff, I'm guilty of it too. I know that you are.
Yeah.
If they said you can get a 5-pack of, and then you just go to this site and there is literally like Cobra Trooper, Cobra Officer, Crimson Guard, Battle Android Trooper, Snow Serpent, G.I. Joe Green Shirt, on and on, right, all the fucking way down. And you can just click the radial tab on the side, click a fucking drop down and say, I want a 3-pack, a 5-pack, a fucking 10-pack, 20-pack, like chicken nuggets, right? And it just comes in a box with this fucking bullshit, this cheap ass shit, right?
Right.
You get all the accessories in your weird little tissue paper baggie, but the figures come in a box, right? Who the fuck wouldn't take advantage of that? And I'm not just saying Joe. It works. It applies for Star Wars, Black Series, Retro, Vintage Collection. It applies for Marvel Legends. It applies for all sorts of stuff. Why do they not offer something like that? Because other companies do. To an extent, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't understand it. I really don't. That would be printing money.
Yeah. I don't know why I started this, but Titan said, don't forget Ramen Toy if we're talking mask. Well, Ramen's here. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Jonathan Redmond says, you guys in the U.S., I started this a hot minute ago, got majorly screwed on the new mask stuff. Was much cheaper everywhere else, like 20 quid for Condor.
It was too expensive before the tariffs. The tariffs just made it worse.
Fucking tariffs. Tariffs are the new sky is falling shit, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Let me
Did you just air quote tariffs?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Hey, you know what's not affected by tariffs? Vintage toys.
You're right.
That's sort of the thing. Can I empathize with people who are consumers or collectors? There's a difference of modern toys because their toys got more expensive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can I also acknowledge the fact that a lot of those reasons for the toys getting more expensive are fucking lies, like Russia? Remember that one? Russia? Conflict in Russia?
I cite that all the time when people say that's not what happened, and I have to actually find. I have the article on my bookmarks. I go to it so often and have to post
was a
it. Well,
fucking
right
thing.
there. It
Yeah.
is.
They blamed the Russia-Ukraine thing over
Yeah.
fucking raising prices and so on. But at the same time, so I can empathize, but like you lie with dogs, you get fleas. You know, if you
sleep with
think
pigs,
that
you
these
smell like
corporations give
slop.
$2 about what you think, no. That's why I want to put all of you fine people in charge. I do. Mother Slug. G.I. Joe somewhere along the way lost the G.I. in Joe, missing the red, white, and blue and the stars and stripes. Screams American is a massive downgrade to the black, cold-hearted look nowadays with classified. Robert, your thoughts?
I mostly agree with that. I was just thinking, you know, the red, white, and blue. I mean, it's colorful and everything, but I mean, they also had red, white, and blue on the Action Force logo in Europe, and the red, white, and blue on the Fun School, and like, you know, it didn't upset people that I'm aware of. I mean, you know, it was red, white, and blue. Everybody knew it was American. I don't ever remember anybody complaining about the logos.
Well, let's look at this classified figure that I just purchased.
Oh God, you purchased a classified? Did hell freeze over?
I purchased a classified figure because I was going to make a parody military action figure review.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was going to shit on somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like.
Yeah.
I mean, that logo, it's like, again, it's that nostalgia. It's like, yeah, you recognize it, but it's not got the. It's like you suck the heart and soul out of it.
Yes. So I do agree with what Mother Slug is saying, because I'm looking around and I'm looking at G.I. Joe Real American Hero Collection. I'm looking at the Walmart retro stuff. I'm looking at the Transformer Joe collab stuff, even the fucking Built to Rule shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, to include Sergeant Savage and G.I. Joe Extreme, all stars and stripes. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a 60th anniversary figure, right? Is this not supposed to be a throwback to the action? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's Super 7.
Super 7. Yeah.
But
is this not supposed to be a throwback to the original 1964 Action Soldier?
I thought it was, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. It's all good. Maybe I'll still get that review in. Probably not.
You probably should.
I probably what?
You probably should.
I really feel like I want to. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's brilliant.
HGC says Chris Cox hates the USA. Not this. I'm looking down here on the screen. Chris Cox hates the USA. No flags for you. No soup for you. Yeah, whatever. Let's go to live chat real quick. I'm gonna. Jim Largo says, when kids were still into Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network before Fortnite melted their brains, where were the toys?
All over the place.
Isn't that, yeah? Are we talking like 2000s? The fucking mid 2000s. That's when like everybody was on fire, boy. Hasbro was killing it in the mid 2000s. But that's when you had guys like Daryl DePriest there and shit. Right?
And there was like, you know, I remember they did a Space Ghost Coast to Coast figure for Cartoon Network, and they were doing all kinds of Cartoon Network shit. Herculoids, and that's when the Thunder Barbarian set came out that is so hard to find now.
Yeah. Ken the Band. O-rings are neat for the nostalgia, but the detail and the articulation is light years better in modern 4-inch while also having vehicles out the yin-yang. Technical term.
Yeah,
that will never
technically.
happen with 6-inch.
I agree.
I'm going to devil's advocate, even
Okay.
though I'm not the biggest fan of that scale. I don't necessarily agree with will never happen with 6-inch because it happened in the 60s with the original 64 and on G.I. Joe movable fighting man. It happens with Barbie. It's been happening with Barbie for fucking decades. Even still, Monster High. What?
Barbie was a better example.
Well, I'm still going.
Okay.
Even still with like Monster High, they got vehicles, they got the school, they got a castle, they got fucking bullshit. Look at Masters of the Universe. When Motu came back, they were like, we're doing playsets, we're doing mounts, we're doing vehicles, we're doing all that shit. That is a choice. And the reason why that choice is there when we're really kind of talking about one company, that scale was made popular with that company because of spandex and superpowers. And spandex and superpowers don't require tanks, fortifications, world building. Like the world building is these characters have powers. They zip around. They do all, they fucking fly and stuff. They don't need cars.
Right.
So you take the mentality of spandex and superpowers and you try to apply it to an upscaled line like, and I'm not even saying just Joe, but look at Star Wars. They tried to do vehicles for Black Series and not all of them were hits. And it was very onesie twosie. It's the same with Classified. It's onesie twosie because they're taking a formula for superheroes and trying to apply it to lines where the vehicles are characters. The Millennium Falcon is a character. The Mobat, the Hiss, they are characters. They're part of that world.
I still think
My
the Black Series TIE Fighter would have done better if it had been the regular TIE Fighter instead of the First Order TIE Fighter.
Maybe. How did the Land Speeder do?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
I heard the Dewback sold really well, but it's a fucking Dewback, man. Those things are cool.
Wasn't the Dewback? Oh wait, no, there was a Black Series Dewback. Never mind. I barely pay attention to Black Series. I just like got a few.
Look, I know. Oh, dude, look at this. Get Shartimus on the fucking phone. We're doing this. Hold on a second. This is for sure. Fuck you, Shartimus.
Stop it.
Thank you, Russell, for that. I needed that laugh.
That's a good one.
Ooh, dude, you want to see something?
What?
Chew on that.
That
For those out there in TV land who are listening and not watching, Ryan Torney says, give Blockies a shot at Mask and you'll get a cool toy.
I kind of agree.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Ryan, you gotta go run Blockies with Nicotronus.
Yeah.
Because that is a fucking look. Every once in a while, like anybody can come up with a fucking $1 million idea. And Lord of Brooklyn says, say no to Blockies. I see you. I see you. Hal Jordan said Blockies is doing vehicles now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and I wanted to give a shout out, even though I'm not there in the chat because everybody knows my shtick, right? I'm always like behind because I want to read everybody's comments. Our good friend Jay Bartlett's here. So thanks for being here, Bardo. I love you, dude. And speaking of Jay Bartlett and gaming, I am going to do an impromptu gaming stream of Arkham City later on this evening. I'm just going to throw it up and go at it. It's not going to be members only because I already got the bugs worked out. This kind of idea right here. I had, just said, hey, here's my 3-minute $1 million elevator pitch. I'm sure a lot of people have heard me say it before. Marvel Legends, G.I. Joe Classified, Larry Hama's Fury Force crossover. fucking done. That is a $1 million idea. Anybody in the chat who doesn't know, when Larry Hama was writing for Marvel before he started working on Joe, he came up with a story called Fury Force, which was Nick Fury's son having a covert military team, which is the precursor to G.I. Joe. A lot of the characters look like the Joes too. You got like Scarlet Ripoff and Ghost. Oh, wait, not Ghost. Spook. I'm sorry. Spook, who was like the precursor to Snake Eyes, etc., etc. But they have Marvel Legends. They got Larry Hama. They got fucking G.I. Joe. Make a 1/12 scale Fury Force. Make it a fucking HasLab. Give them the motorcycle. Give them their fucking Jeep. Fury Force. And just call it whatever. Marvel Legends G.I. Joe collab or Classified Legends collab. Perfect, man. Like,
yeah.
I didn't even tell that to certain persons that walked up to me and Ryan at San Diego Comic-Con. I'm not going to say the name again because that's my fucking idea. That's my idea. You're not taking credit for my goddamn idea. But you know what I mean? Stuart Jardine says Miles, Mayhem, and Transformers. Huh? Cobra Commander was in Transformers. Old Snake. Miles Mayhem. I don't know where you're going with that. Jim Largo. New toy line. Xerxes and his screaming goats. Now with Kung Fu insensitivity action. Would anybody buy that? Would anybody get behind that line? Me and my screaming.
I think I'd at least buy one figure just to give it a try.
Well, look. Where did he go? I mean, if you want a 1/12 scale Xerxes, Patriot Force is not out of the picture. I'm just saying. But in the interim, we got this guy.
Oh, that guy.
That's a not me figure, right? That's a not me figure.
No, that's not you.
Good Lord, man. Come on, focus. Do something. I'm all blown out. That's what she said. I'm sorry I had to. Holonet says multiple scales are a bust. Sigma 6 Joe's tried that and it was stupid. I don't disagree with that because you had the mission scale, which was mask size, 2.5 inches. And then you had the, what was it, 8 inches?
Yeah, I think the mistake there was they were ignoring the primary audience, which had been 3 3/4 previous to that. And I mean, they brought him out right after, just really unceremoniously, just kind of going, "You don't matter," to the 1/18 guys.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's the thing. They will always, over the decades, they will always come back around to the Lord scale. Always.
Yeah. But that's my memory of it. It was like, it really just felt like Hasbro very purposefully just said, "You guys don't matter. You're old."
And I don't think it's a matter of multiple scales because it works for certain IPs. I think it's a matter of the line. Like G.I. Joe Extreme died not because the figures were 5 inches. They died because they were 5 POA and less sometimes. Sometimes they were 3 POA. You know, don't sue me, Ryan. And G.I. Joe Extreme, like, it just the story did not catch on with people. Sigma 6, like, I remember the cartoon. A lot of people remember the cartoon. It was a Sigma 6 thing. It was a G.I. Joe Extreme thing. It wasn't the scale or no. So, yeah.
Yeah, it did feel kind of similar to Extreme, too. That is right.
Hal Jordan just came back from the dead.
Just so you know.
And then Son of GTO says, yeah, Mask is going to go into classified. I see it. I see Mask. I see Sergeant Savage for sure. Not saying I'm against it, because I mean, what is classified if it's not just? I don't know where all original G.I. Joe ideas get turned into 1/12 scale. Again, not shitting on it. I'm just saying that's kind of what it is. It's not its own thing. It's everybody else's thing. But if you get Mask and classified and there's no vehicles, isn't it really just kind of like a steel core figure? It's just a figure with a helmet at that point. Inquiring minds want to know.
Adventure Team.
I would be down with Adventure Team.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would at least give them a look.
Would you like to read this?
Loyal subjects need to fuck right off. I agree.
Just Jeff, not mincing words. Loyal subjects needs to fuck right off. Man. And then Brian Stevenson's like, but why? Fucking, I don't know. Because opinions are like assholes, kids. But none of you are allowed to steal my Legends classified crossover Fury Force. None of you. Boom. Look at this. Fucking ace with the knowledge bomb. Dinos of Jurassic Park are different from the dinos of Dino Riders. Thanks, Ace. He knows.
I'm sure.
Knows his shit. Raw talk, real deal. No more cock ring jokes. Matt Tracker is said to be in a new G.I. Joe Transformers movie. Is this the movie that the writer left because he couldn't figure out how to put enough Joe in a Transformers movie and enough Transformers in a Joe movie, and then after the whole thing, Lee Bonaventura was screaming racist shit at Stephen Capel Jr. That movie, that movie's fucking dead, boy. That movie's not happening.
I didn't think it was. I thought that killed it.
Man of Action 1807 just said in the chat, Matt Tracker was in the last movie. What you say? What last movie?
The last Transformers movie?
Man of Action, expand on that, please. I don't have it highlighted, but please expand on that. What movie? And then there's a bunch of laughing. And then HoloNet says, none of this will matter soon. We'll be retired and stop yapping about ancient cartoons and toys. Never.
No, we'll still be yapping about it. It's just nobody will care. Like, Grandpa, stop. Dear God, you and your
I remember in 1986 when Optimus Prime died and you don't know. Get off my lawn. Something like that.
Yeah. You know how it's kind of like Grandma with her stories used to be? Now it'll be Grandpa with his toys and stories.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm ever going to get grandkids. I would like grandkids, but I don't know. Again, I'm not going to read this. I'm just going to put it on the screen for a second, just for the lols. Well, I'm just going to leave that alone. Here you go. This is right up your alley. Robert, would you like to read this comment from Mr. Jim Largo?
I have high hopes for Action Force 1944 to scratch that World War II adventures itch. I am really looking forward to seeing what Bobby comes up with, because I think that's going to be really interesting. Oh.
Wait till you see the medic.
Ooh.
Son of GTO says, yeah, Sergeant Savage and Sigma 6. I bet we'll be in classified. Were there any original characters in Sigma 6? Or are we just talking like the Sigma 6 aesthetic, like Ninja Force Sartan?
Yeah.
Because that would be like doing Built to Rule Blowtorch with like the fucking Lego things on his arms, you know? You know, I don't, because Sigma 6, it kind of had that weapon attachment thing, sort of like Centurions and Built to Rule, etc.
A little bit, and there was I'm trying to think of what the word is, like a lot of angularity to their shape.
Mhm.
And
Faceted. They were very faceted.
Good one, faceted. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Ken says, I have a few loyal subject figures. The Toka and Razor are well done and cheap at Ross. Cool. I'm not shitting on loyal subjects, man. I'm just saying, like,
I'm saying that price tag is stupid.
Well, the price tag, yeah, because it's very like niche.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the scale. Yeah. I don't know anything about loyal subjects or the people that run it.
You catch up with Chad. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. Get fucked. Bye-bye.
No, not yet.
Ryan Torney says, the old GI Combat comics, yes, man, would be a great line to support Sergeant Rock 118 scale. Classics always need a figure. Dude, I would get behind that 100%. You got some good ideas, dude. You got some really good ideas. Johnny Sorensen, I'm here for the dollies. Represent. Yeah, man. Represent to you too. Here you go. I got you this. Yep. And then Hal Jordan says, put a chick in it. Make her gay and lame. I've heard that before. Hal Jordan, the classified team misses out by not using the Build-A-Figure model for world building stuff, smaller one-man vehicles, computer station setups, and things like that. I'm going to remove him till he comes back. All of the battlefield accessories, Checkpoint Alpha, the bivouac, like the freaking, of course, the missile falls out, but like the missile defense, like these things are perfect for that scale. And if you're going to turn that line into world building, where's the Silver Mirage? I mean, you got the Ram in like 19 different repaints. Where's the Silver Mirage? That's a rad bike. It's very toyetic. I know the original would fall apart, but like there are so many small sets that they could do for classified. And I know somebody's like, well, they're doing an Arctic bivouac with the Snowcat. The only reason they did that is so suckers would pay for the molds and they'll turn around and they'll redo it in OD green and they'll throw it in a box. Not saying that that's a bad thing because, you know, that's how you're going to get it. But you get the MMS, which is a towable, but you get the MMS how much later than you got the Vamp? Where's the Vamp Mark II? We got the Vamp, we got the Stinger. You know, the proverbial toy collecting not me, because I don't buy that shit. But yeah, there are so many smaller sized one-person vehicles. Where's the Fang? They finally put out the Cobra Claw, covert light aerial weapon. You're welcome. But they could have done the gliders. I'm sure a lot of people would go ape shit over a tan grunt. Now that grunt's out, you could do a tan grunt with a Falcon glider. Could you not do a Cobra Viper and the Cobra Viper pilot? Sure. Because they made the Air Viper, didn't they, for the Claw? Yeah, they could do all that. Oh, look who's back. Hi.
Hey.
You're back. Sorry, I went off a little bit.
It's like I say at work, I'm 54. If I gotta go, I gotta go.
Okay. You got to go. I'm just kidding. So we were just kind of talking on this. Hal said that the classified team misses out on not using Build-A-Figure model for world building stuff, smaller one-man vehicles, computer station setups, things like that. Thoughts?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Look at this fucking guy.
Mean,
yeah.
you know, I know they keep doing vehicles, but I keep thinking, what about smaller stuff? You know, I mean, even dio pieces, something.
Dude, I said a million times, where's the fucking Silver Mirage?
Yeah.
More towables. Why don't you do more towables? Do the Mountain Howitzer. Right?
That was a great
Not
one.
only was that sold by itself, it's towable.
Yeah.
Do the Coastal Defender.
Yeah, great one.
I don't know. Yeah, George Aiken. Still waiting on that Checkpoint Alpha, kids.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know they've hinted they're going to do the Fang. But I'm kind of like, okay, so
we're already getting into Ninja Force, right? So
yeah,
Classified is already pushing into the 90s. Instead of the Pogo, why not the Cobra Invader?
Oh yeah.
Let's just send Classified to space. Like, let's just do that.
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah.
Space Force.
Did Chad just say world building smut? I don't think I did. Did I?
I didn't hear that.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure people would love it. I would probably pass on that.
Wouldn't that be like a NECA thing? That sounds like a NECA thing.
That's a NECA thing. Well, and I mean, you know, I don't need every movie in figure form.
No, sir. I'm look, I like your picture. I'm just going to stare at that for a minute, but I'm not the biggest fan of Clockwork Orange. That's just me. You know what's weird? I'm looking at the live chat and I'm all the way at the bottom. Oh, there it is. Okay. It finally just updated. Surprise, Classified hasn't done accessory packs to match the ones for Action Force.
I'm not surprised because, you know, people would mistake it for Halloween candy.
Wait a second. Wait. Okay. All right. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. TJC says, I'm off to bed, have to be up for work in 4 hours. We'll catch the rest on replay. Great to catch a live. Thanks, TJ. Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here.
Have a good night.
Greatly appreciate you, my dude. Kentucky Inbred gifted 5 more channel memberships, dude. I'm contractually obligated. Hell yeah.
Wolverines! Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kentucky Inbred. Lunchbox Killer, thank you for renewing your channel membership. And M. Vargo, who's been a channel member since day 0, says nothing.
That's how he does.
He just flexes and doesn't say shit. Eric Alfred Abel, channel member, awesome dude. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Eric says, I love H.P. Lovecraft. Cobra Law was my first real taste of it. You know, I like that take. I do. I like that. I really like that take on Cobra Law and on Lovecraft.
I can understand it. Yeah. I can definitely understand that. Yeah.
Dude, Eric, not only thank you for the super chat, but for that perspective. I like that. That's rad. Yeah. Kentucky Inbred again. Channel member for 16 months. Thank you, my dude. Says good ideas and common sense will not be tolerated. Beatings will continue until morale improves. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Kentucky Inbred. I appreciate you. And Joe Bits sends a $2 super chat for tariffs. Thank you, Joe Bits. I appreciate you, my dude, very much. I got something right here that I starred. I'm just trying to get it to scroll. Diffuse King. Wouldn't the prices have to change? G.I. Joe in 85 was like $3. What's that today? Not a $25 figure. Isn't $3 today like $15? 12 something? I'm sure somebody could do the conversion, but it's
there's a conversion
not
on
$25.
Department of Labor has a conversion for it. I can find out real quick. Hold on.
It's generally like 3 times the, right? So something that was $100 would be $300. Something that was $3 would be $9. Yeah, he's gonna look that up. Yeah, we're gonna check that out. I'm gonna leave that. We will come back around to that. Trash Spotter 48. Okay. One thing that we're all missing, our parents were cool. They bought our stuff. These parents today are trying to force their kids to be older than they need to be, and they want to hook them on technology. I do not disagree with that. That's that whole fucking iPad kid shit, right?
Okay. I got it. According to the Department of Labor, inflation calculator, $3 in 1983 would be $9.96 now.
What did I say? 3 times, right?
Yep.
Okay. So there you go. The problem is not the inflation. The problem is shareholders want, they just, they want what shareholders want.
It's called greedflation.
In 1983, Hasbro was publicly traded in 83, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you had Steven Hassenfeld, like squarely running Hasbro. Like, I don't want to say anything about Steven versus Alan, but anybody that's even watched the Toys That Made Us on G.I. Joe, you can see the difference between how Steven Hassenfeld thought about running things versus Alan Hassenfeld, who did not want to run things. The executives were different. The culture, the climate, all of that was different back then. Should an O-ring Joe be $10 today? Fuck yeah, it should. Is it gonna be? No. Because again, fuck them kids, right? Adult collectors, that's all we care about. There you go. Less than $10. 100%. Thank you for that, Diffuse King and Trash Spotter. Man, I hope I got that right. Thank you for pointing that out. That is 100%. I agree with that. Absolutely. The ma'am is calling. Robert, can you read this real quick?
The focus would be great for kids if they cared about the IP. Unfortunately, too many kids have no idea what G.I. Joe is. And that's a valid point. I agree with that 100% because I keep saying what we need to do is get IPs for kids. Could you make G.I. Joe an IP for kids? Yeah. And when I say G.I. Joe, I don't mean a real American hero. I mean G.I. Joe. It doesn't have to be a real American hero. It can be something new and different. There's room.
I did hear most of what you said, and I don't disagree with Titan. Too many kids have no idea what G.I. Joe is. Said it numerous times. I said it on the members only stream, the pregame before we went live for everybody here. If you want to know the health of any IP that you're like a super fan of, don't worry about the toy aisle. Don't look at eBay. Don't look at fucking Facebook groups because they're all echo chambers. Go down the birthday aisle. You go down the birthday aisle, that's going to tell you what IPs are healthy and solvent and what IPs kids give a shit about. And it's going to be Bluey, Barbie, Hot Wheels, MCU, Star Wars. That's the shit, right?
Yep.
Joe, you're not going to find Joe in the birthday aisle. And as much as I I'm a Joe guy. I get called a Joe guy, whatever. As much as I have a lifelong passion for G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe is not, it's not huge. It's not huge like it used to be. Like 1986 is a long time ago. It's very niche. Not big. They do not sell, 1 million to 2 million snow serpents like they used to. It's not a thing at all.
Right. I mean, G.I. Joe has always been more than just a real American hero, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was even you that said it was like, when they started a real American hero, they didn't go back and redo Bullet Man and that stuff. They went, or Super Joe, they started over. And I've always agreed with you that, yeah, Classified probably should have at least done a continuation in a future way or done something new.
Yes, that was me about the Bullet Man and Eagle Eye Joe and all that stuff. And I do agree. If now, 5 years, 4 years, actually, whatever later, that Classified is going to reportedly move more toward retro carded. Okay. But they could have, take it or leave it. When they came out with the first wave of Classified, it was the same characters, but they did the future forward thing again. In 82, when they launched Real American Hero, the Joe team, not the Times, because it was post-Vietnam. It was squarely in post-Vietnam 80s, Cold War. But their technology was just advanced enough, just like 8-10 years ahead of everything else.
Right.
Like that whole DARPA stuff, all that black box skunk work shit. So it made sense. Larry Hama understood all that. So when they came out with Classified and they have like asymmetrical weird armor and the Nerf weapons, I understand Hasbro owns Nerf, so we're going to scale it down, whatever. One way, instead of Duke, etc., you could still have a Cobra Commander. You could still have a Snake Eyes. You could still have a Storm Shadow, because Storm Shadow just means Arashikage. That's it. It doesn't necessarily have to be Tommy Arashikage, aka that Storm Shadow. Snake Eyes now in the comics, it's Kamakura as Snake Eyes. It's a mantle now, like Batman.
And aren't there 2 Snake Eyes in the comic now too? Wasn't there a female one?
I think, but Kamakura became Snake Eyes at one
Right.
point, right? And then there was the whole Don Marino, like, not trying to convolute what I'm getting at, but you could have had, say, Lieutenant Falcon in General Hawk's role now.
Yeah.
You could have had a lot of the newer guys as the old guys now. I mean, like, look at like Top Gun Maverick. Like, that's a good way to do it.
I agree with that.
And then you still could have had your retro carded shit. But
yeah,
again, there was really no rhyme or reason to it. It was just like, hey, Duke, Scarlet, Snake Eyes, Roadblock, put them out. Let's go. Right? Because that's what the spreadsheets say. The spreadsheets say these are the popular characters. Only put out the popular characters.
That was one of my biggest complaints during anniversary years, was that it was always the same characters of Duke, Scarlet. I think it was more heavy duty at that point, and then because I think they lost a Roadblock trademark or something, and then
for a minute,
Snake Eyes, and it was Cobra Commander, Destro. And I'd be like, God, can we stop doing these every year?
Yeah. And Destro is another character that you can carry over because he's James McKellen, what, the 14th?
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
you can have the 15th.
Sure. Put him in a fucking mask. And it's like,
he's in a mask. Who cares?
You can carry these things on. I mean, at one point, the Baroness became Cobra Commander, and she wore a hood. She wore a hood.
Ooh.
So, you know what I mean? Fred 7, fucking A, right? There's been other Cobra Commanders than just our previous used car salesman, Cobra Commander.
Right.
Not Baroness's brother. Fuck out of here with that.
I hated that movie.
Forlom. The reason Joe stuck with me was because of Call of Duty, Battlefield, and Halo. I had Renegades, but it got canceled. Also had Sunbow reruns. I like that.
Yeah.
I'll get behind that. Would you read this from Joe Bits, please?
Okay. I think a Joe trilogy from Michael Bay would be awesome as AF. We need more masculine military and pro-America entertainment, and Michael Bay wasted that energy on 5 Transformers movies. I don't know about Bay.
Okay, Michael Bay did The Rock.
That's true, and I do like that movie. Yeah, I'll give you that.
This is kind of like, Michael Bay presents explosions.
Yeah,
that's not always Michael Bay. That's just like saying Joel Schumacher is only known for Batman and Robin. That motherfucker did The Lost Boys.
That's
Never
true.
forget that, right? He also did a lot of other good shit. He didn't just do Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
And that Nest team, or the T is team, but the Nest guys in the first Transformers movie, how the fuck could they not have been Joes? I mean, you literally have fucking Duke, Stalker, etc., right fucking there.
Right.
Just saying. But again, no idea. And never forget Lorenzo di Bonaventura.
That might be why.
He is the biggest fucking dead weight around the neck of G.I. Joe. What they did with that Snake Eyes movie, my argument, take it or leave it, we all have our own. That movie hurt the G.I. Joe IP more than just putting the whole IP back to rest.
Well, I mean, those toys, they sat around Ollie's forever.
It's not.
I think I can still go into my Ollie's and find a few.
Yeah, it is not just that. 49er Brian is asking in the main chat, did Michael Bay do 13 hours? You're fucking A right, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, you want the shirtless saxophone player? I still believe. Yeah, I do. Don't you? Like, who doesn't? Just saying. Actually, Robert, those figures are still at Ollie's.
I thought so.
Right next to Admiral Holdo.
Yep.
And Potato Sack Rose Tico.
And Ocean now.
Oof. Look. Yes. Michael Bay directed the movie 13 Hours, which is based on Hillary Clinton and her handling of Benghazi.
Oh, okay.
Fun fact. I got my Purple Heart 2 days after that.
Oh. Cool.
Well, I didn't receive my Purple Heart until 13 years later. That's a whole other discussion unto itself.
Gotcha.
I was in significant contact 2 days after Benghazi.
I think I understand, yes.
It's not awesome, but thank you. It's no. Yeah.
Yeah,
my Purple Heart is directly tied to Benghazi.
Yeah, I'm going to admit, when you said your Purple Heart, I kind of didn't know what to say. I was like, because it's like, if I say awesome, it's like, oh, dude.
Yeah, no, I was just joking. Yeah, I was just joking to 49er Brian. I'm not, Danae from Tough Nerd Toys is here. What's up, dude? And says they took the mystery and personality element away with the Snake Eyes movie, and yes, it ruined the G.I. Joe cinematic franchise. Thank you, my friend. Yeah,
I thought it did just because it couldn't decide what movie it wanted to be.
I know, Brian. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just totally kidding. Yes, Danae. I can't agree with this more. If it's vow of silence, if it's mute because of Zartan shooting him through the throat in Resolute, or because in the comics saving Scarlet, no, whatever the reason, Snake Eyes he's popular because he's mysterious. Boba Fett was popular because he was mysterious. You make a Snake Eyes movie and you fucking strip all that away. You make a Boba Fett TV show and you strip all that away. What do you have left? Ruined characters. You got Boba Fett going like a banta, right? And then you have Snake Eyes never shuts up ever. I would have at least given that movie somewhat of a pass if he got fucked up at the end. All you had to do was trash his face, but because it's Henry Golding and he's a pretty boy, I've told this story numerous times before. When the Mam and I came home from that 2019-2020 deployment, Africa, and when the movie theaters opened back up, I remember we went to go see something. I don't know what that something was, but I walked by that one sheet, like that teaser poster where he's standing there with the helmet backwards. And I stopped and I looked at it and I pointed right at it. And I looked over at the Mam and I said, they're going to make that a fucking motorcycle helmet. I guarantee you it's going to be a fucking motorcycle helmet. Nailed it, boy. Fucking nailed it. Yeah.
Well, it's like back before the prequels came out, a friend of mine in college was saying, you know, the reason Boba Fett was so cool was George Lucas didn't give him enough dialogue to screw him up.
Yeah. Joe Bits. Hasbro being reliant on Snake Eyes is the reason all Joe movies suck. I'm going to not disagree with that.
I'd like to see him try to do a Joe movie without Snake Eyes.
Well, but Snake Eyes, he is the G.I. Joe equivalent of Wolverine and Batman.
True. Yeah.
He is what I've always referred to as G.I. Jesus. He is the MacGuffin of everything. Like, if you got a problem, Snake Eyes will solve it. Check out my hook while the DJ revolves it, right? Just throw fucking Snake Eyes in and, you know, you win the day immediately. I like in Rise of Cobra, just his first reveal where he just fucking comes diving out and just slices all those motherfuckers up. Neo Vipers, actually.
The new Vipers.
That was a good reveal. Like, you want to talk about aura farming? He did it. Push him right back into the shadows. You know, at least in Rise of Cobra, where like all the Joes are talking, and you know, Ripcord is like, "Oh, you got real lifelike hair and a kung fu grip." Snake Eyes is just sitting there. Like, in Retaliation, okay, they really wanted to do that homage to issue 21 Silent Interlude with going to get Storm Shadow. Okay, but use him very sparingly. Yeah. I do not disagree with that. That's a problem with G.I. Jesus. So yeah. Jedi Ben says, also time the Snake Eyes character to the popularity of Vader, that black mystery.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll get behind that. Yeah, I'll definitely get behind that. Mother Slug. Serious, why doesn't Snake Eyes really talk? What's the brass tacks of the reasons of it? I mean, I kind of hit all those, didn't I?
Yeah, all the ones that I'm aware of.
Mother Slug, depending on which version, which interpretation of Snake Eyes you're looking at, we are not going to consider the Snake Eyes movie because that's that bullshit. In the original comics, when Snake Eyes was recruited to be on the G.I. Joe team by Stalker, who was the second in command of Colonel Hawk, because of Stalker's relationship with Snake Eyes in Vietnam, when he could speak, he still barely ever spoke. Think of like Clint Eastwood in all the old spaghetti westerns. Like, he would speak when he still had the ability, but it was very few and far between that he ever spoke. In the original Marvel comics, on his first mission as part of the Joe team, the helicopter they were in got shot down. Did it get shot down or crashed? One way or the other, it went down. And as all the Joes were vacating the helicopter, Scarlet was stuck in her harness, and Snake Eyes was freeing her from the harness, and a flaming jet of fuel hit him in the face. Oh, Cooters says malfunction. Thanks, Cooter. Either way, I just remember it crashed, and he took a flaming jet of aviation fuel to the face, saving Scarlet. In Resolute, Storm Shadow and his uncle, I want to say that was Hardmaster, they were having a disagreement, and Storm Shadow had hired Zartan, and this is a whole other can of worms, but either way, Zartan shoots Snake Eyes in the neck because he's just kind of holding his masked face like this. That's why he can't speak. In the two continuity movies, Rise of Cobra and Retaliation, he took a vow of silence. Pick your poison. I don't know. It's like, you know. It's kind of like Jason Todd. Like, which version of Jason Todd? Are we talking about acrobat Jason Todd? Or are we talking about, you know, street kid who stole the tires off the Batmobile Jason Todd? Yeah, whatever. So Jim Largo should have hired an unknown stuntman to play Snake Eyes, silent, unmask the whole film. Oh, you mean like Ray Park?
Yeah.
Ray Park was the perfect fucking Snake Eyes. You got Darth Maul as Snake Eyes, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ooh, look at this. Is this a hot take? Hal Jordan's going with the Sunbow Spirit over Snake Eyes.
I've heard that before. That was a hotly debated topic at one point.
I'm going to say neither. I'm going to say low light. What's up? Low light. Low light, baby. Ooh. The real G.I. Joe movie is The Unit. Now, The Unit, the TV show, that would be the perfect live action television G.I. Joe. 100%.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
You send the core team to different areas, different locations, different environments, wherever they go. Like, they go down to South America. There's Recondo. They go up to like the Arctic Circle. Bam, there's Snow Job. On and on and on. Fucking perfect. And your core team is only like Duke, Stalker, Scarlet, Breaker, or Dial Tone. I don't know. Flip a coin, right? But you got like shoot, move, communicate. You got commo. You got intelligence. You got a fucking field leader. That's all you need. That's all you need. Hawk stays in the rear with the gear, fucking telling them what's up. I knocked my antenna off. Swinging my hands with my fucking Italianisms.
Italianisms?
Yeah. It's a technical term. My good friend Crash Watchman says, I just want these movies to be animated. No more live action. Thoughts?
I mean, you can do a lot more for a lot less cost with animation. Yeah. I mean, that's always been the major plus of animation, but
yeah, Bobby and I had a big discussion about that last week.
There is a nice thing. I saw that. Yeah. There's a nice thing about live action though. It's just, you know, more real.
I'm not against it just being animated. I'm not against that at all.
I mean,
now, I will say when that, I don't know if it was false or premature or what, when that announcement came out about Chris Hemsworth, I was fucking jazzed because of the Extraction movies. Chris Hemsworth's a fucking boss.
Right.
Turned out to be bullshit. Sucks.
It happens.
Our good friend House Hendo. Cobra exists, so G.I. Joe exists. Is all I got from the IP, to be honest. Yeah. Kind of not, kind of yes. That's like a 6 in one hand, half dozen in another, right? Like the Joe is like the kind of a special action team. Like they're a tier above like Delta.
And I've
But
always
they're
took
not-
it.
What?
I've always took it that Joe would exist even with Cobra not around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In most interpretations, Joe wasn't aware of Cobra, but Cobra was aware of Joe.
Right.
Even in issue 1 of the Marvel Comics, the whole thing with Dr. What's-Her-Fuck and all this stuff was that so Cobra Commander could get the Joe team where he could, right? I see you, right? Put them in the trap, reveal them like, now I fucking see you, right? So I don't know. Yeah. This all day, every day. Possible Pie says you could take a Mission Impossible script and use it for G.I. Joe.
Probably, yeah.
Paramount, right, this goes back to my argument about Lorenzo di Bonaventura. I have said this a million freaking times. Paramount has been doing Mission Impossible movies since 1999, I want to say, 98, 99, the first one, with Emilio Estevez. Right. Paramount did the G.I. Joe movies.
Yep.
All 3 of them. What's the difference? Well, one has Tom Cruise. One has Lorenzo di Bonaventura.
Oh, the first Mission Impossible is 1996.
Oh. There you go.
Yeah.
HoloNet Shipwreck is above Delta? No, he's not. We're talking the original 13, right? We're not talking later when, you know, all the dress codes got lax and everybody had animal companions and shit. We're not talking about that. not even a little, but yeah. I wanted to read that. So, oh, look at this. Our good friend Matt Tracker Rubin. Good to see you, Matt. Channel member for 18 months. Says, been a while since I've redeemed this. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you. I got this for you, Matt.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's for you, Matt. Thank you so much. Dabine Brothers, good to see you. Channel members, very cool people. I fixed your shit in the members outro. Sends a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. It says Cobra Island. Yeah. Cobra Island. Thank you for the super chat. You know what? I'm going to expand on this.
Okay.
The whole point of Cobra Island could have been such an awesome anchor point to like a good trilogy of G.I. Joe movies. You know, this island, it's barely inhabited. They take it over. They get recognized by the UN. Then the Joes are kind of fucked, right? They can't really go after Cobra on Cobra Island because, you know, the UN. That would have been cool. We talk about incorporating Mission Impossible style scripts like espionage and, you know, global political, you know, geopolitical, whatever. Incorporating Cobra Island into those fucking movies, man, would have been so good. Even when Resolute like came out and it was a continuation kind of the Sunbow stuff, but more mature with more stakes, they still saw fit to put a fucking decommissioned Cobra Island in Resolute. So thank you, Dabine. But yeah, absolutely. Cobra Island, hell yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Now we're caught up. Oh, I'm so far behind in the chat. I'm looking at Cooter saying malfunction. Yep. Tough Nerd Toys says, I go by the 80s Real American Hero comic and Resolute bio of Snake Eyes. Okay. Yeah. It's a little one hand and another, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
BK for Life says, chat brethren, let us rally against Hal Jordan and his Snake Eyes slander. Look what he said. Look what he said. Hal Jordan says Snake Eyes took a flaming load to the face. He did.
Technically speaking,
steamy load. My good friend Keith from KB Jodographs, now lives in Arizona, very close to me, says, I will take Jinx over all of them, blindfolded. Robert? Jinx?
Jinx.
Jinx?
Jinx.
What about Ice Cream Soldier?
Oh,
Good sculpt, horrible paint apps.
yeah.
Because when they re-released him years later, post 97, in that fucking green, oh baby.
Yeah, they had him as a Cobra Trooper too, as red and blue, and it looked freaking awesome.
Yep. Hey, here's my beef with Jinx. She's a
Okay.
shit fucking design. I said it.
Okay.
You know why she's a shit design?
Why?
Because she's wearing traditional Chinese clothing with a Chinese dragon and Chinese weapons, but she's a Rashikage.
Huh. Good point.
The red outfit with the black Chinese dragon, the shoes, right? Watch Enter the Dragon and then look at the fucking Jinx figure.
That is a good point. Yeah, I did
She
know
is
that.
not, there is nothing, there is nothing about Jinx that screams Japanese or Arashikage whatsoever. They retconned that just like His Tank, and everybody was like, yeah, she's a Arashikage. Like, she got a Chinese fucking spear, dude.
I mean, I noticed that the dragon was Chinese, but I kind of chalked it up to, okay, maybe people didn't know the difference, back in the 80s. And
But again, Arise Serpentor Arise, Part 1, which was the first episode of Season 2 of Sunbow G.I. Joe. No one once said His Tank until Hawk said that.
yeah,
Why are they
and it was
using
that
stuns?
one-
They're lighter and faster than the old His Tanks. Blah, blah, or they're light and fast, but they don't have the punch of the old His Tanks. Fast forward a few years, even after the Hiss 3 and the Hiss 2, you never saw Tank on Hiss until a long time later. Jinx says, as my blind ninja master, right? Boop. That's when she became a fucking ninja. But she was not a ninja at all. She wears Chinese attire. So, whatever.
was she like a Chinese Street Fighter then?
Sure. I don't know. She's from
Yeah.
fucking Street Fighter 2. Just a few years too
That's
early.
what I was thinking.
Impossible Pie says Storm Shadow rules. Rules, Jerry. Thoughts?
I like Storm Shadow.
I love Storm Shadow. I love the whole like tragic, the way Storm Shadow is written is fucking awesome. I love Storm Shadow. 100%. The the duality of Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes and how they're tied to each other, they're very much Batman and Joker. And I think that is not explored enough, and it hasn't been shown properly. The way that like the jealousy and the envy and right? Because Storm Shadow's the bad guy. He wears white. He's very much the fire. Snake Eyes is the good guy wearing black. He's very much the water. He's formless, right? He can do anything. He can master things. Whereas Storm Shadow is just anger. It's, it's Obi-Wan and Anakin / Vader. It's Batman and Joker. It's that one bad day. I love their relationship. And it's just, it was, glossed over. They did make Storm Shadow the good guy in the Snake Eyes movie, though, because that Snake Eyes was an asshole.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Cooter's Garage says, in the Dreamwave Transformers G.I. Joe crossover, okay, we're going back. Storm Shadow cut Snake Eyes' face. To stop the bleeding, he put gunpowder on his own face and lit it. So many interpretations of Eyes is fucked up.
I'd forgotten about that one.
And then I guess in the Rise of Cobra, Di Bonaventura, was that Stephen Miller or whoever? That whole continuity, he's not fucked up. He just wears the mask and took a vow of silence. I don't know.
I guess.
Who knows? Yeah. Okay. Let's try to catch up. Possible Pie. Flint, Jinx, and Storm Shadow are 3 of my favorites. We are no longer talking about if I ran a toy IP. We're all just G.I. Joe. Yeah. Ooh, Man of Action. Hot take. There is no core team. Are we talking about the unit or are we talking about Joe?
I think
the mission sets who goes on it. Are you talking about Joe?
I think he is.
I don't agree with that. You will, no matter what, you're always going to have Hawk. You're always going to have Duke. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean they go on the missions, but they're like the core of Joe. Going all the way back to General Flagg, right? Like General Flagg was in charge of the Joe team when Colonel Hawk was like their field commander. I don't know, whatever. Different strokes, different folks. There is a headquarters team, though. Oh, are we getting into like HHCs and shit? We don't really want to break this down brass tacks, right? Oh, yeah. See, look, C2. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting into it. Look, G.I. Joe does not equate to the real military at all. A step above Delta is blasphemous. Fucking people are all like, I'm just saying, right? Daring, highly trained special mission force. That's what they're designed to be. You want to read this from Jim Largo?
Okay. Hot take. The Action Force movie development has stalled the world building in Valorverse. The Black is new, but nothing else is pending due to script shenanigans. I think Bobby said something similar to that. That
maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I do not know.
I mean, I know Bobby said he was trying to get it to where a publishing company would publish the comic and they would be like doing the writing. Yeah, I don't blame him because he's busy.
Look, and times are weird all around.
Right.
Oh snap. Oh snappage. Who would Tom Cruise play in G.I. Joe? No one.
No one.
Look, I love a good Tom Cruise movie. But all I'm going to see is Tom Cruise.
Yep.
I just don't like. I would see Maverick. I would see whatever. Like it's Tom fucking Cruise. That's like saying like, who would Ben Stiller play in G.I. Joe? I would just see Ben Stiller. Like I don't, I'm going to say nobody. I don't.
Yeah.
Just me. Speaking about our topic, Buck Fuddy says, if I was an executive, not necessarily the person in charge of like a brand team, I'd have a functional trapdoor in front of my desk to dispose of butthole people. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot. I'm going to go with that. Look at this. Ernest with the fucking hot take. I would restock all the bestsellers so everyone gets one.
That's what they're doing with Marvel Legends now, it seems like.
Look, that is the main reason for the downfall of Masters of the Universe. because
Mhm.
people were trying to get into the line and they're like, well, where's He-Man and Skeletor? No. We got Snout Spout. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, that's the smart thing to do. And that's where Kenner got it right with Star Wars.
Yeah.
The Darth Vader that you got in 1978, 79, actually, is the same Darth Vader you got all the fucking way up to 1985. And every time they added a figure, every figure was still available until that line ended. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
Yep. Fucking smart. I like animals better than neon colors. So you like animal companions like Freedom and Timber and shit more than what? Ice cream soda?
What about neon color animal companions?
Yeah.
We're almost near there.
Well, I mean, yeah, you did have like a cobra eel with a barracuda.
Yeah.
They could make it a neon barracuda. Why not? Matt says, damn it, Chad, that's the reception everywhere I go. I'm sorry, buddy. Hello, motherfucker. You don't like that little kid saying that? World Made of Cardboard. They answered why G.I. Joe exists right in the cartoon. G.I. Joe is a code name for America's daring, highly trained special mission force. Its purpose to defend human freedoms against Cobra, a ruthless terrorist organization determined to rule the world. Now they're a ruthless criminal organization. And they just kind of slid that in, you know? They just kind of...
I remember it.
Yeah. It's like pushing a piece of paper under the door. Like, it's just kind of... Yeah, as soon as I saw the trailer for that Wrath of Cobra game and they literally say ruthless criminal organization, I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. House Hendo largely grew up on the cartoon. Very cool. Patrick Strauko, channel member for 13 months. Thank you very much. Says San Dimas High School football rules. Mr. Strauko, thank you for being a channel member for 13 months. And remember, strange things are afoot at the Circle K. Keith from KB Jodographs, Call of Duty, G.I. Joe, Operation Cobra Island. This would be the ultimate video game off and online. That is one thing that G.I. Joe lends itself, like military shooters like PvP, PvE, campaign, offline, whatever, so big. Why is it that they can't get a fucking Joe game right?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Now, I'm not saying Wrath of Cobra, because that is a 2D sprite-based side-scrolling beat 'em up. I'm not even talking about that, but like Operation Blackout, fuck.
Yeah.
Know what I mean? Go to Epic. You're fucking Hasbro. You're worth what? $11 billion? Go to Epic and say, hey, we had Snake Eyes in Fortnite. People like Fortnite. Can you make us a Joe version of that? I mean, the fucking the Arma 3 Joe mods were bad as fuck. But that's probably getting a little too in the weeds for like casuals, but yeah.
Yeah, and could it be related to that, like you've said, that, you know, Hasbro doesn't really like this brand anyway? So they just don't put their full effort into it.
Even if they just put more characters in Fortnite, like bring back that Snake Eyes, because not a lot of people have that skin. It was hard to get. I play Fortnite with like Bardo and, you know, Matt Rubin and all these guys. Like, I would love to run around in Fortnite as the Baroness, as Destro. You know, give it a name. I will kick some ass in that game. So it's figures. Buck Fuddy with the political hot take. Maybe if Joe had more freedom to blow up drug boats coming from Cobra Island. I see what you did there. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know who this is, but I don't know who this is aimed at, but Action Joe Fig says, good to have you on again, buddy. I'm going to say that's to you, Robert. People miss your face. I missed your face. It's good to have you back on, man.
That's good to be back
on. Danae from Tough Nerd Toys says, I read that the Crimson Twins Alarm Extensive headed the deal for the Extensive Enterprises. Yeah. They were intrinsically involved in the whole Cobra Island thing. Faux show. Yep. Ooh, Jon Favreau.
Possibly. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Look, I'm just saying. The Russos, they did the best Captain America movie, probably one of the best MCU movies. They did both the Extraction movies. I would take a dump truck full of money and maybe the first 20 issues of the original Marvel run, back it up to their house and say, write a fucking trilogy and direct it. And get your boy Chris Hemsworth. Fucking, I'm on board, 100%. Yeah. House Hendo says Cobra Island should have been where they fled to at the end of Rise of Cobra. I would get down with that. I would absolutely get down with that.
There's a lot they could have and should have done with Rise of Cobra.
I'm still working on a. It's like theirs versus mine. Rise of Cobra, and the theirs picture is Lorenzo Di Bonaventura, and the mine picture is obviously me, right? And then the verses in the middle is the Rise of Cobra DVD cover. Like how I would have done Rise of Cobra just a little differently. No, I'm not talking like shit can the whole thing, but like a couple of decisions could really make a big difference.
That sounds cool.
Action Joe Fig says, thanks again, Chad. I really needed to laugh after the last 2 weeks, which were very sad for. Hey, dude, if you got me on Instagram, man, hit me up. If you need to talk, hit me up. I'm glad you got a laugh. I'm sorry the last couple of weeks were sad for you, like you said, but dude, if we talk on Instagram, please hit me up. Just unload, man. People are here, 100%. But thank you for being here. Hal Jordan says, Snake Eyes didn't take his. Snake Eyes didn't take his meds or drink water the morning he took the flaming load, and he changed his picture again.
What the fuck did I just hear?
Oh, what was this?
Just checking in. Have you drank water today? Did you eat? Did you take your meds?
Big eyelashes.
Yeah. House Hendo says retaliation could have been it being recognized by President Zartan. Yeah, Cobra Island. Making the Joes go rogue against the UN, then 3 could have been World War Cobra. Oh, man.
Yeah.
It would have been a different take on World War Cobra because you didn't have Serpentor, but yeah. Or the Cobra Civil War. Yeah, man, I'd be all about that. Oh, no, Chad's on a tangent. Shut the fuck up. I'm so far behind. Matt Rubin, Rise of Cobra, Origin of Snake Eyes was the weakest, not going to lie. You think so? I didn't really have beef with the fact that he was like a little street kid that just kind of wandered in there. I mean, that's just me. Whatever. So, just me. I don't know. Danae from Tough Nerd Toys sends a $5 super chat and give you a nice crisp salute. Danae, thank you very much. Says, give me a logical comic reason why Hawk's hair was blonde when he was introduced. Then it was brown. And don't say because of Duke. Give me a logical. Okay, look. I'm going to answer your question with a question. I'm going to get Freudian here. Give me a logical reason why the fuck Dino Hunter's lowlight looks like that. Why is he wearing a fishnet shirt with black hair when he was a fucking towhead? I don't know, my friend. I don't have an answer because Hasbro. I'm going to say it's because Kirk Bazigian was already on Play School Baby at that time. And he was no longer on Joe. Since Kirk Bazigian is like the god of G.I. Joe. That's what I'm going to say. Kirk was gone. Robert, does my bullshit fly? I don't know.
Flies on me. That sounds good.
Okay, we're going to go with that. Thank you for the $5 super chat today. I appreciate you. Matt Tracker Rubin, channel member. Awesome dude. Sends a $5 super chat. Back to the subject of the stream. Thank you for that, Matt. If I were in charge of a toy IP, I'd make sure they were fun as fuck. And not too expensive.
It's science, people! Science!
Yeah, that's it. Ooh. Impossible Pie. If I were in charge of Star Wars, I would reissue every next 17 figure. Yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah. Look at this bullshit. Matt Rubin says, talking about hair, when I walked to work for an hour, my hair was almost ginger. Sitting at the desk every day makes it brown. So it's like a keratin, vitamin D, sunshine thing now that Hawk's behind a desk? Is that where we're going with that? Oh, dude, look at this. Okay, Carlos, I feel what you're saying. Tom Cruise should play Ace just for shits and giggles.
Okay, that would be a good laugh.
I would get behind that all day, man. 100%. Okay. Cooter's Garage says Les Grossman in G.I. Joe. Would he just be like, he'd be in the pit just screaming Diet Coke?
Yeah.
Yep. Silly Pole Plays. Good to see you. Says, hello, everyone. Glad to catch this live. I'm glad you're here, man. It's good to freaking see you. And then Dan says, Mattel overdid it in the 2000X line. Everyone was like, all we can find is He-Man and Skeletor.
That is true.
That is true. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Do not agree. Do not disagree with that. And then Buck Fuddy just wants a Tropic Thunder toy line. What scale? Inquiring minds want to know. I would buy it. I would. Yeah. I would buy a Sergeant Lincoln Osiris because we're tired of being your trail donkeys. And I would have somebody make a fucking Never Go Full Classified t-shirt for my Sergeant Lincoln Osiris figure. That's what I would do. Raymond Sheffield. Tom Cruise would play Maverick. Battle Force 2000. Yeah. And then FN Game 1 says translucent animals for the win. There we go. Yep.
Leaves the Canaan's cat out of this.
It's Canaan. Oh, yeah, Jesus. Stevens 4175. Hasbro needs to make that dinosaur set and make it a classified HasLab.
That would be funny.
They could literally just all of Dino Hunters in like one HasLab. and make it the fucking, the weird dog chew toy T-Rex, like all fucking warped and fucked up looking, with, the repainted fucking Desert Fox 6x6, the figures. Why not? Sure. Let's do it.
I can just imagine the classified fans trying to trip over each other to say this was so cool because, I have such nostalgia for Dino Hunters.
Oh, they would justify the shit out of it. Well, Dino Hunters was kind of niche and it was small, and that's when Joe wasn't popular. Fuck you, because 93 was G.I. Joe's second biggest year ever since 1964 to now. Suck it, classified. And Dino Hunters. Mm-hmm. But they would justify it. Oh, it's got to be a HasLab because there's the fucking dinosaur, man. Don't worry about what's in stores. Rev Spasm 2. Unlock skins by buying figures. Yep. Isn't that what Marvel Rivals does? Right? You buy a figure. They were doing that for a hot minute with like that. I want to say it was the Marvels. Something like that. They had a tie-in like that.
I don't remember.
Smart, man. Toggy Zero, my boy. Another lover of Ghost Recon Wildlands says G.I. Joe in the style of Ghost Recon. All day, baby. I would get behind that. Kudish Garage says Inhumanoids in 3 3/4 inch where the suits would be mech suits.
I'd be all about it.
What if they tied Inhumanoids into Eco Warriors?
That'd be interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what they are, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're kind of like Eco Ghostbusters. I don't really know how to describe.
That's good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
right?
it kind of.
I think if Kirkman and his people, all of his different writers, can do this massive Energon universe, I'm sure that somebody with the writing chops could figure out how to bring Inhumanoids into G.I. Joe Eco Warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hal Jordan says G.I. Joe game in an Arkham style. Well, they're doing a fucking Snake Eyes game, and it's a lot of people that worked on Arkham Asylum. That game is supposedly still on track, but there's been no trailer.
Video games lately, you just shut up and wait because they're in development forever. I mean, look at GTA 6.
That's what Emily said. So I would be very curious to see how a Snake Eye with the verticality, like how would a Snake Eyes get? Like, is he going to have a grappling gun and a fucking cape glider? How are you gonna? I don't know. Beats me. I don't read the script. Script beats me. I don't drop character until I've done the DVD commentary. Yeah. Thank you, Mother Slug. I appreciate that. Matt Rubin, dude, I have a skin that is very close to the Baroness in Fortnite. That said, it would be nice to have more than just Snake Eyes as an official G.I. Joe skin in that game. Amen, brother. Stanley's Toy Channel, what's up, dude? Says, I agree with Chad. You should agree with me because I'm smart. Just kidding. I'm sorry. That they should add G.I. Joe to Fork Knife. They added Transformers. Yep.
Oh, they did?
Mm-hmm.
I don't play Fortnite, so I didn't know.
Silly poll place. I would send G.I. Joe to Blockies. Another one. Oliver Stone greatest war movie 1986 Platoon.
I do like that movie.
Platoon's good. I like it better than Apocalypse Now. Even though Robert Duvall was a fucking beast mode in Apocalypse
Now. Go down a
Now.
rabbit hole with this because it's like Apocalypse Now is a good movie, but is it a war movie necessarily, or is it a movie?
No, it starts as a war movie and then it becomes like this weird fetch quest. And that's why I didn't like 28 Years Later, because I started watching 28 Years Later and I'm like, oh, It's no longer a movie about these survivors of the rage virus. This is a fucking rehash of Apocalypse Now. That's exactly what this fuck this movie. I turned it off. Anyway, I'm not gonna keep going on the movie thing because then we'll just get off.
Right.
Robert, please read this from World Made of Cardboard.
I think Hasbro will be selling more IP soon, just like they did with Tonka and Care Bears. What if Bobby could buy G.I. Joe? I'd love it if Bobby could buy G.I. Joe.
I thought they licensed Tonka, and then the people they licensed it to went bankrupt because they fucked up Tonka.
That was going to be my next statement. I thought they licensed Tonka as well. I know they licensed Care Bears
and Gem. They license a fuck ton of their stuff, like way more than I think people realize.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
what if Bobby could buy G.I. Joe? He'd handle it with more respect. I mean, that's obvious right off the cuff, because removable magazines, blast effects, extra hands, extra heads, all that shit came from Action Force. But a rising tide should raise all ships. It shouldn't be a competition. That being said, they're two completely different IPs just because they're both military themed action figures.
So that's one thing I'm noticing.
I don't think he should. I don't think he should. I still think he should have fucking bought Serpentor.
Yes.
Just be a fucking asshole.
That's one thing I'm seeing people do is trying to put all these lines in the same category, military lines. Like people are trying to stuff Monster Force in there, and it's like it is, but it's not.
Fuck Monster Force.
I know. I'm just observing.
Well, that would be like just right off the top of my head, that would be like saying like oh well, let's just Delta 17 should buy G.I. Joe, or G.I. Joe should buy Delta 17, and on and on and on, and like a Joy Toy versus G.I. Joe. It's all its own thing. Strike Force Alpha, all of it. It's its own thing. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, Brad Davenport's here. He owes me a phone call. How about a line called Street Mobs? Crackhead Candace, Sicket Susan, Kryptonite Karen. I don't know. That's probably that's trademarked. But dude, you know what? I will I will get behind that. Yeah, 100%.
Do it, dog!
Sorry, I cut you off. What?
That's funny.
That's good. Yeah.
That's real good.
100%. Ooh, oh snap. I don't know. This train wreck of a Masters of the Universe film coming will show us where companies are on product releases.
Yeah, that's going to be a train wreck, and that's going to be, I don't know.
Sir.
I wonder what will happen to Masters of the Universe after that. Will they keep trying to go with it, or will they just give it up?
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Back to Earth again, really? Like you can use places like the Volume, and people make AI shit that looks better than Tila's costume looks pretty fucking accurate. He-Man's power sword looks pretty fucking accurate. But why Back to Earth with all the advances in technology? Really? We're not doing Eternia? Fuck you. Yeah. Oh snap, I'm with you, dude. I like what Raymond Sheffield says here. Too many fucktards, technical term, in places of power who like to screw up the IPs we grew up with and love. Thoughts, Robert?
Well, he's called Chris Cox for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Plus, he came from Microsoft. Fucking Microsoft.
There you go. He's a cock from Microsoft. This is telling you something.
So I'm going to agree with this. I'm going to also expand on this. The problem is that when you buy another company and you kind of suck up their IPs, or when you get handed a thing that you didn't create, you didn't foster it, you didn't do anything to further it, you're just like, oh, hey, take this IP that's been around for 50 fucking years and do something with it. Oh, okay, well, we're just going to regurgitate something that came before, but we're going to do it half-assed. We're going to give you a version 2 of that character on a version 1 card of that character because fuck you, you'll buy it anyway. We're going to give you shitty bent accessories. We're going to give you stuff that breaks and falls apart. And like, that's what it is. None of these people that are in charge of these things, like, they didn't create it. They didn't build it. They took what somebody else did and they bought it, or they were handed it, and they just thought, you know what? Too big to fail. Fuck you. It's exactly
And
what it
also,
is.
I firmly believe that buying all of these properties has led to a lack of innovation because it's like there's not as many people competing for your.
Yep.
I mean, there's, you know,
Yep.
if you take indie out of the equation right now, by indie, I mean like Bobby and, you know,
Yep.
most of them.
Independent toy companies.
There's almost no competition.
There's no innovation outside of independent toy companies. None.
Yeah.
Even like the third party. Well, you know, I can get a third party Masterpiece Transformers. Like, yeah, it's not MP10 Prime. It's just a cheaper third party version.
Right.
But your independent toy lines, those are the ones that are doing innovation. Like Matt LaCroix and Strike Force Alpha, he is putting in points of articulation on O-ring figures that fucking no one else has done before.
Right.
You know, the snap-on, stay-on thing that G.I. Joe started with the backpacks and the helmets and then this and that. LaCroix took that and he's like, oh, I'm going to do that with fucking forearms.
Yeah.
You know, him and the other Bobby are helping Bobby Valla put ankle rockers in O-ring figures. Like, independent toy companies, Ace It, Ramen, all these guys, these are the ones that are like pushing the toy industry forward.
Exactly.
Hasbro's going to give you a fucking diorama. They're going to give you a porta potty at best, maybe a Build-A-Figure. If you're fucking lucky, shut up. Here's another Optimus Prime, another Spider-Man, right? Yeah. Raymond Sheffield says, I'm toxic. I'm Chad. And Emily is a real life Cabbage Patch Kid. Not to get in on Emily's looks.
Uh-huh.
She doesn't strike me as a very nice person.
No, she doesn't. I mean,
being in the same room with her, like within 5 feet, she just does not strike me as a nice person.
And I've, you know,
maybe it's a false perception. I don't know, but you know,
I mean, sometimes when she kind of like this year, I think it was this year, every now and again she lets it slip, you know, and then she says something like, "Oh, why did you boo me or something?" I think was what she said this year.
No,
or
she
groan or
she
something.
got mad when several people were booing the fact that they were still doing fucking Target exclusives.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that was it.
She took it, she like aimed it at one person, like, like, don't you boo me. It's like,
yeah,
it was like numerous people like, about the Target exclusive thing. But she just, man, she got fucking defensive quick.
Yeah, every now and again you just see it slip when it's not like they're pre-recorded quote live streams.
And this is that whole thing. Like we talked about probably like 2 hours ago when we were talking about comics and, you know, comics and media for toys and for, you know, health and longevity of the lines. But you know, that one polarizing bitch that's like, oh, well, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. And then the fucking book bombed. Or that that other crazy female, not that I'm sexist, but they were both females. That other crazy female writer that was writing the Red Hood comic that started talking all that shit when Charlie Kirk got assassinated and she got fired and they shit canned the book.
Right.
And then like Emily and the Pride Warrior thing, like that's all well and good. I get it. Like I'm going to say it. A lot of people don't like the term, but if you're a fag hag, that's fine. But keep that shit out of the toys, especially a very macho, manly military action figure line. Nobody cares about your fucking Pride Warrior shit. You know, no. She probably should have stayed on Power Rangers. Just saying. What the hell does a marketing manager do? What does a marketing manager do when you don't have any marketing?
I did directly ask Ryan Ting that when he was on 3POA, and he did explain there was some other things they got to do. They got to, there's some scheduling stuff, and there's some
scheduling stuff. Oh, okay. They got to keep a fucking Google Calendar.
Well, no, they have to meet with
I know. I'm
the
just
developers and all that stuff. I mean, he answered it. At least he answered it.
Moving on. Keith from KB Joe. I'm sure a couple people are mad because I said fag hag. It's fine. Keith from KB Joe. Look, it's a new world. We're saying fag and retard again. Sorry. I always felt G.I. Joe, the movie's biggest missed opportunity was not killing off Duke. The first one? Oh, the animated 87 G.I. Joe, the movie. Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now we're on the same page. I know why they did it, but they should not have buckled. The toys would have kept selling. That's my hot take. Yeah, but again, right? The blowback from the Optimus Prime. All these kids are scarred, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim Largo, if I was in charge, I'd start with a hero vehicle playset. Center the toy line around the ship, sub, etc., with away team missions and figure. Fuck, man, that's actually, I like that.
I dig that.
I like that.
Yeah, I like it too.
Right, start at your base of operations and move out. That's actually really, I dig that. Like that. That is an idea that you could definitely expand on, 100%. And I gotta say, that's why I like these fucking Reconnect play sets, right? 1/18 scale, the retro worlds, they're all magnetic. And you can take like this little strong point and you can take the communications bunker and you put them together and you just build on and build on and build on. And then you go from like just a little like battlefield accessory outpost to a massive base. Right. Dude, Jim, that's a fucking awesome idea, dude. See? Everybody's so much smarter than me. I mean, I was an infantryman, so. RealWare says, you think the new Hasbro change will make the classified figures look more like Super 7 Ultimates? Are you talking about going to the like Sunbow animated thing? I don't think so, because Super 7 has its own. Yeah. It's the same thing with their Thundercats Ultimates. Like it's just like Reaction is very Super 7 Reaction aesthetic, and Ultimates is very Super 7 Ultimates. Just my thought. I don't know. If you see a G.I. Joe class, I don't even know what they would call it. You can't really call it retro because they already have a retro, right? For classified, you would have to call it like G.I. Joe anime. Who fucking cares? I don't know. But I'm just, if you see a classified scale Destro with a sander, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? Ryan Sheffield, bring back mail away.
I can somewhat agree with that, except, I saw what happened with Valaverse and how it kind of turned into a logistical nightmare.
So we're talking like DTC stuff, like direct to consumer, mail aways, things like that, blah blah blah. What happened with the Val? What's the matter?
I think it was just when they did the mail away Condor, it was just getting all the points to make sure everybody had the right amount of points and all that stuff, and it was just a lot of work.
When Kirk Bazigian and his team at Hasbro did the mail away Hooded Cobra Commander.
Yep.
Right. He's told this story on my channel several times where he came in.
A similar
the
story.
Whole corner of the warehouse was fucking mail bags from like post office mail bags full of envelopes of like dollar bills. That shit works, man. I don't know.
It explains why it took 2 months to mail it.
Hey, Mike from Tidarium Hangers here.
Oh, hey.
What did I miss? Maybe the cliff notes. Okay, 3.5 hours. Okay, no, that comment was from 18 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Cliff notes. People want to bring back mail order shit like direct to consumer stuff. More media. 5 packs, 3 packs, 2 packs. What else, Robert? There was a bunch of stuff in there. Bunch of good ideas.
Jokes about Hasbro and Halloween candy getting mixed up with their accessory packs if they ever did them.
Oh, geez. And then like Jim Largo says, like center a toy line around, a base or a vehicle, and then do action figure like away team missions.
Yeah, I like it.
Freaking brilliant, man. Yeah. Tidarium Hanger, it's good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. But yeah, I'm glad you're around. I'm gonna make G.I. Joe into a K-pop strike team with musical parts. Musical parts. Mother Slug. Curious, not to break up the fun, but at what time do you plan on gaming? 3 hours in now. Soonish. So I'm just trying to catch up on the chat. That's all. Soonish. Hey, speaking of catching up on the chat, look who's here.
Hey.
You know what? I know every time I play it, he's like, well, that's my old fucking music, but ladies and gentlemen, I can't even do it. Laser Pants is in the house. It says ocular serpent. Thanks, Brian. I miss you. It's nice to see you guys live stream from Legion's Con. Even though we did it first and did it better at Toy Tuber Expo. Just kidding. Tom Cruise nuked my account. This would be my zombie finger account, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Most people. G.I. Joe was Flint, Lady J, Shipwreck, Roadblock, Alpine Bazooka, not really Duke and Scarlet. Though Ripcord in Rise of Cobra is kind of Shipwreck. I thought Ripcord in Rise of Cobra Shipwreck? You mean like the comic relief? Okay, I can see that. I don't disagree with this. Yeah, to most people, G.I. Joe was Flint, Lady J, Shipwreck, Roadblock.
I can see that.
Roadblock definitely became more popular than Stalker. But
oh, yeah, by a mile.
Stalker is important. Well, I guess they proved that he wasn't, but for a good, rich, engaging Snake Eyes, Storm Shadow backstory, Stalker is absolutely important, as is Colonel Hawk.
Yeah.
So, just saying. And then if you want to get crazy, Zartan and Cobra Commander too. Cobra Commander was driving the car that killed Snake Eyes' family. But then again, I don't like getting into that whole thing that everybody's tied to everybody else, because then you get into the whole Cobra Commander is Baroness's brother. But when Baroness was good with blonde hair until she became bad with black hair, right? And then he used to be Duke's best friend. No.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yep. Patrick Strauko, movie done simple. Scarlet and CoverGirl start movie undercover. Cobra attacks headquarters. Girls find Cobra Island. Joe attacks Cobra Island. Capture Cobra Commander. Rest leaders escape. I get down with that.
Simple.
You know what movie has a great story? Megaforce.
Yeah.
Fucking Megaforce. Ooh, I got my envelope from Bob Lindemeyer yesterday. That's my digital download code for making Megaforce, all my patches, all my fucking stickers.
Oh, cool.
I didn't post it because, you know, I don't feel that I have to live my life by social media, but whatever, you know. Impossible Pie also seconds Street Moms. There you go. Kudos Garage says, if Bobby got G.I. Joe, we would get new characters and not just the updated 82 to 94 run.
Yeah. I think that's what's sorely missing. I remember arguing with people.
I didn't see anybody in the chat. Remember, you remember way back a couple hours ago when we were asking what new characters Classified introduced? Nobody ever really like chimed in and said this.
Right.
I think it's just Mole Rat, which is really Toxo Zombie. I think that's it.
He's just not got the pink and green.
No. Oh, House Hendo. Those military line equal G.I. Joe ripoff are always sad to watch post nonsense. Agreed. Yeah. And then Silly Pole Play says, Chad, thank you for the impromptu review of 28 Years Later. I keep putting off watching it. You saved me from wasting my time. Look, dude, it's just one person's opinion. I fucking hated it. It's very rare that I will turn off a movie and walk away.
Mm-hmm.
But I never went back to finish that movie because it sucked. Just you know. Son of GTO, I heard Masters of the Universe starts on Earth, then goes to Eternia.
That's even worse.
Well, Queen Marlene is from Earth.
That's true.
What do you mean you know something about Masters of the Universe? Yeah, I know. Hey, no flag points is here. Robert, would you like to read this comment?
Hasbro makes me flaccid. I'm in the most violent. I'm tongue-tied, man. In the most violent of ways. Yeah.
That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit right there.
Yeah.
Wasn't it a dude writing that Red Hood book? Nope.
No. Well, it was trans.
Was it?
Yes.
Oh.
So
but whatever.
Yeah.
The person. I assumed someone's gender. I don't know. The person writing the Red Hood book decided to get all fucking soapboxy political and comes around, goes around, right? Modulock. Thanks for being here. Emily is just an unhappy, hangry woman. I don't know if she's unhappy, but she doesn't seem very nice. Again, just an opinion.
Doesn't seem very hungry either.
Just an opinion. Hey, do you remember the movie Jacob's Ladder? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I hope you're not making reference to a wiener piercing, but yeah, I remember that movie. It's a good movie. When the fuck were we talking about Jacob's Ladder? House Hendo says Joy Toy did modular playsets. Yep, sure did. The mech base.
Mm-hmm.
I got a bunch of them. Over there. Over there. That's how we do it in New Mexico. Point with our mouth. Over there. Over there. Anyway. Buck Fuddy. I knew a guy that was MK Ultra. Talking like the mind control program. Good Lord. I don't know. Let me know. Classified, Lifeline, Mainframe, Sci-Fi, Crazy Legs all have the same face. Really? Do they really?
I haven't paid enough attention to notice.
Oh, well, the 82 Joes and the 83 swivel arm version 1.5s of those 82 Joes, they all share like 3 heads. So I don't know. Spaceballs, the action dollies. Do you think there's a possibility with Spaceballs 2 that they would make toys? Because the original deal with Lucas was that Mel Brooks could make the parody movie, but he absolutely could not merchandise it, which is partially why he put in that scene with Spaceballs the flamethrower and all that shit. But now that Disney owns Lucasfilm, do you think that changes that? Or do you think they're going to hold on to that? What's your over under on that?
I wonder if Mel Brooks will just think, yeah, that's the deal I made and that's the deal I'm keeping. And then, just leave it at that. But then again, Mel Brooks has never been a real merchandise guy, has he? I don't remember any movies.
Yeah, Robin Hood, Men in Tights, like none of that shit. Plus, the dude's pushing 100. He really didn't have much interest in Spaceballs 2. Like other people came to him. It was kind of like the whole Creed movie. Like somebody came to, but I forget the writer director's name. Sorry.
Yeah.
Came to Sylvester Stallone and said, "Hey, I have an idea for a Creed movie," and he never even thought of it. So,
right.
I don't know. I would buy a Dark Helmet figure. Straight up.
Probably would.
Yeah, I would. Colonel Sanders?
Maybe.
Chicken.
But I also think, like if they were going to do it, they would have done it by now. I mean, they would have done figures by now.
House Hendo says, I commented a decent idea for a Tron line to work earlier too. Dude, I'm sorry. Sometimes when you move over to the starred chats to like read a super chat or a member chat, and then you come back, the chat will jump. So I apologize for that. I missed that. I'm sorry. I'm doing the best I can, man. I'm just
making a HasLab. That's my vote.
Mother Slug says policeman and fireman new classified. I'm not in my game room. Nah, I have a 12-inch G.I. Joe police figure. There's plenty of G.I. Joe policemen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. Oh, Ghost Viper. Okay. I'll give you that.
Yeah. I thought there was another one. I just
Ghost
couldn't think of it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Do not fuck with Megaforce. All about it. Agent Helix is not new. No, Agent Helix, she came out with Rise of Cobra.
Right. Yeah, so we're just being specific to classified.
Yeah, specific to classified. Agent Helix came out in 2000, whatever the fuck. She was part of a Toys R Us 5-pack from Rise of Cobra, and then they released her single blister card.
Yep.
Same thing with the female dial tone, which is Jill Morelli, the sister of Jack Morelli. Get it, Jack and Jill? So original. Yeah. Yeah. No, Agent Helix, yeah, she's not new.
Yeah, Shadow Tracker came out with Pursuit of Cobra.
Mm-hmm.
So, again.
Oh, Snap says, I saw a video of a couple getting their giant Fort Max figure. It was taller than the woman who struggled lifting its arm. What the fuck? Is this like a 3D printed thing?
Yeah, there's that third-party Fortress Maximus, which is supposed to be in scale, and it's almost as tall as a person. Brian was.
I saw somebody with a 3-foot fucking Jetfire, and I was like, "Damn, boy!"
Yeah, this thing's almost 5 feet.
Never. I guess this is back when I said the F word and the R word.
Yeah.
It's fucking Mega Force. 100%. Yep. Oh, Nicotronis, yeah. She was an astronaut. Well, I know she's from Earth. Menjoza says Trapjaw's from Earth too? Really?
Did not know that.
You ready for this? You ready for this?
Yeah.
That lady Jay, Joan Rivers. Dude looks like a lady. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then the writer on the Red Hood book. Here you go. The writer has a female penis.
That's a way of saying it.
Said person is not the writer anymore.
Nope.
Yep. Apparently was a dude. J.R. Carter. Possible hot take. Making He-Man's secret identity a prince was a mistake. I don't really think it matters.
No.
I mean, he really could have been anybody, right? I mean, you could have done the whole Aladdin diamond in the rough thing, which is kind of what they did, like pampered prince, whatever. I don't know. Oh, Buck Fuddy says, Chad, because Cobra Law was an MK Ultra experiment like Jacob's Ladder, fool, I ain't got all day. Get your Jerry Curl ass up in this chicken shit. Whirly Bird ASAFP. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm good. I'm good to go. Mother Slug, hey, Chad, when are you going to finish your Hall of Joe's collection room? I can still see the boxes stacked up on top of each other. Where? What boxes? I didn't see any fucking boxes, boy. Unless you meant my social media post. I'm trying, man. I'm busy. I'm fucking busy. And then singing one of the best theme songs ever, which, you know, Ace Frehley, he kind of redid that song. A lot of people don't know that. Yep. House Hendo says, with Disney embracing the Star Wars holiday special, they owe us Spaceballs the toys. Okay, well, I'm down. I would buy them, but I'm not going to cry in my fucking Cheerios if they don't make them.
Right.
Traspotter, man, please tell me I'm saying your name correctly. Bob Iger hates George Lucas so much that he would allow a whole line to happen just saying, you know what?
That's true.
I will fucking agree with that. I will agree with that all day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And George Lucas fucking hates Bob Iger too. He just plays ball, right? Because he's a fucking major stockholder. Yep. They despise each other. Didn't he say I sold my child to the white slavers?
Yes, he did.
Fuck yeah, George Lucas. Yeah. Yeah. DJ Bill Utley says, I don't think he'll be around when the movie comes out, talking about Mel Brooks. Hopefully. I mean, George Burton's lived to be like 101, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Who knows? Mel Brooks looks good for, what is he, 98, 99? He looks good. So, yeah. Ryan Coogler. Thank you, Doomed, huh? That's right, Ryan Coogler. Sorry. I can't remember everything all the time, but yep. That's why we have you guys, because you guys are all smart.
SMRT.
SMRT. House Hendo says, I'll haze you later. Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Once a man.
Is it though? Because it's just a version of Cobra Commander.
But it's not a new character.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right? That version, the Elseworlds Cobra Commander, came from a fucking land of Audrey 2s. That's been around since 86, 87, as you were, 87. Plus, really, Matt LaCroix did that figure like fucking 8 years ago, right?
True.
I mean, that's the figure that blew him up as a fucking independent toy creator.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm going to give you partial points for that, but no, I don't know. Stanley's Toy Channel. I would like to see Classified bring flag points back to get mail-in figure. I would mind Classified doing Rise of Cobra figures. Wouldn't mind them doing Rise of Cobra figures. But why? But why? What Rise of Cobra? Accelerator suit, Duke?
Take this $1 million suit and put it on the rookie.
I mean, I guess you could, but it would have to be like G.I. Joe Classified Rise of Cobra because of Ripcord.
Yeah.
Why does Ripcord look like Stalker? I wanted him to be Stalker. Like he probably would have been a cool Stalker. I mean, Wayne's is a fucking good actor, but it's just the way the characters are written. I don't know. Yeah. $1,500 for that big ass Metroplex. No, sir.
No, you can.
No, sir.
Keep that.
I got my Flag for less. I got my Defiant for less.
Yeah.
Oh. Mother Slug says the hardest toy to find out in public right now is a Hot Wheels Sky Striker.
I've seen it 3 times.
I want to say it was either Suka or KB Jodographs or one of my buddies in Arizona, and I'm pointing west toward Arizona. Found like 3 of them in the store 2 days ago. I got like 6 of those fuckers.
Yeah, if I didn't pick
distribution,
it up,
right?
Yeah,
It's distribution.
I didn't pick it up, but I've seen it.
Oh, I got it. It's fucking awesome. Here's the thing.
It's cool.
If anybody who partook in this fucking fun little conversation tonight, the first thing we should all say is fix the bullshit friggin' distribution.
Yes.
Because some places are barren wastelands and other places, like you see people's pictures from Target. You're like, that's bullshit. You know, the store, everything's stocked, every peg, every shelf. Fuck you. No. Buck Fuddy, I'll call you all day like the ghost of your great grandma on a phantom phone from the second realm, fool.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Chad is smelly. Needs more Deke in his life. That hurt my feelings a little bit. Just kidding. But seriously, I would refocus Hasbro to target the next generations. Yeah, 100%.
Yes, we're going to need to.
Jamie Bonson, please tell me I said that correctly. Wolf Spider is new classified. Jamie, do me a favor. Go to the Google and type in G.I. Joe, Real American Hero, Beachhead version 3. And then pull up a picture of Wolf Spider right next to Beachhead version 3.
Yeah.
Saying. Tell me how original that fucking figure is. Yep. Mel Brooks will be 100 years old on June 28th. Bear 11 Charlie, my mortarman from the same mother. Thank you, my dude. Well, I hope he's around when that movie comes out because, you know, he deserves it.
Yep.
Chad, if you ran it, would you bring in Megaforce into Joe and How? Fuck yeah. And I don't know. But I mean, Joe's got teams, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, Megaforce. You know, the funny thing about Megaforce and G.I. Joe, if you look at all the similarities, Megaforce came out before G.I. Joe, but they were both clandestine organizations. They were privately funded. They all had code names. They had a mountain stronghold. They had future forward technology. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I would. 100%. I would change their outfits, though, because those Megaforce suits are very 80s, but the vehicles are still fucking awesome. No flag points. Sorry, I said the word flaccid. Forgive me. No, absolutely not. Yeah, never mind. I lied. Fucking love it. You can say flaccid all day. It's like people who have problems with the word moist. Who cares? I don't like the F word though. That I don't like that word. Very childish. I like the accelerator suit design, but not in a Joe movie. Agreed.
Like I said, put it on the rookie.
But you know the whole reason why those suits showed up in that movie, right?
Wasn't it a movie he was doing called Accelerator or something like that?
He wrote a movie. Yeah, he wrote a script called Accelerator about cops with futuristic accelerator suits fighting crime. And then they were like, you know what? We'll throw this into G.I. Joe. You motherfucker. Look at this. Tell me this isn't a fucking brilliant idea. That suit budget could have been spent on some god dang battle android troopers.
I just always cracked up at the fact that, they have these new guys come in, they're brand new, getting trained. And it's like, oh, here's our most advanced thing. Take it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Hardest toys to find is G.I. Joe in a Walmart near me.
That's true.
That's what I've heard. Yeah. But again, I don't buy modern toys. I haven't been in a Walmart or a Target in a fucking hot minute because anytime I go, there's nothing. So just saying. We all paid for a 1-to-1 scale flag nuke carrier called the Gerald Ford. Yeah. It's not Nimitz class though, right? The Ford is somebody could tell me the class, but it's not Nimitz. See? Transporter said hardest toys to find is G.I. Joe. Old fucking Dave here strolls in and says, my local Walmart has every classified. See? That's that bullshit, kids.
Yeah, that's a distribution.
Oh, House Hendo, thank you. It is the Ford class. That's what it is. It's not Nimitz class. Ford class. Is that a thing?
I guess.
I thought the class has to be based on Naval Admiralty. Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't know. Yeah. Love you, fool. I'd never be mean, baby. I appreciate that. Exactly what the fuck is wrong with distribution? Is that a question or a statement? I don't understand. What are you getting at? Distribution's garbage. Plus, if the toy industry is like this fucking billion-dollar industry, why don't we have fucking toy stores? Like relying on Walmart and Target to be your de facto toy store? Fuck that noise. Hey, take this for a second, please.
Okay. There's only one Walmart that stocks classified around me. I have 5 Walmarts within 40 minutes of my home. I have 2, and I'm trying to think. The last time I went, I don't think the bigger one is stocking them anymore. I could be wrong about that. The smaller one doesn't at all. It doesn't have anything hardly.
What happened? Oh, 5 Walmarts within 40 minutes. There's only one Walmart that stocks. The last time I went down a toy aisle at Walmart, they didn't even have pegs for them.
Yeah.
But they change the planograms all the time. That doesn't mean it's like, the sky is falling, And then Lunchbox Killer says, we ain't found shit.
Yep.
Bear 11 Charlie, doing the Lord's work. I made one of my desert steel brigades. That's Valaverse. Yeah. Into Ace Hunter, Commander Ace Hunter from Megaforce.
There you go.
Check out Search and Destroy. Great revenge movie similar to Snake Eyes vs. Oh, fuck. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. Search and Destroy. Thank you very much. Bradass 78. They need to fix distribution, spread it everywhere like Ron Jeremy.
Oh my.
Mother Slug. And we're going to wind it down. If I owned G.I. Joe right now, I would shut the whole line down of classified, rebuild a new team of creators, while taking the year off, then start from scratch with the help of Bobby and others. You know what? That hot take is what got me disinvited from ever returning to What's on Joe Mind.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mike Irizarry asked me, hey, what would you do if you ran the G.I. Joe IP? I was like, I would shit can classified. And I said it deadpan like immediately. And they did not like that answer because, you know, it doesn't fall in line with the fucking positivity police. So yeah, I was, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it is what it is, right?
I mean, it's that marriage to the brand rather than, you know, critically thinking. Like,
yeah, it's like, you know, McLeod from Full Force Podcast. Like when you are like that much in bed, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're not going to say anything critical. And even if you try to, it's going to come out like so fucking milquetoast, like pussified that, you know, where's the integrity? You're not going to say like, hey, your accessories are fucking garbage.
Right.
You're not going to say it, you know? Mother Slug says, which later I would make a deal to feature Bobby's line within the G.I. Joe line, spreading the love of the brand. There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Canadian Walmart. No Joes.
I can believe that.
And then Doomed Huss says they'll unload all the Walmart exclusives in like one store instead of properly distributing them. Yep. And then you'll hear about some place in like bumfuck nowhere, Wisconsin that like, oh, we found these 2 fucking trailers full of Joe figures and we just sent them all straight to fucking Ollie's and Ross because we discounted them 6 months ago. You know, that's that bullshit.
Yeah.
Tell me that hasn't happened. So many people are like, how the fuck do I find this at Ross? But it was never at Target.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the time.
All the time.
But again, see back to you're relying on 2 big box retailers to be de facto toy stores that aren't toy stores that don't give 2 fucks about the toy aisle unless it's Christmas.
And where are your toy stores?
And even then, they care about Barbie, Hot Wheels, Lego, you know, and the kids connection shit that they put out because that stuff sells. Like the people who don't have a lot of money buy the fuck out of that stuff.
Right.
No.
But yeah, you were talking about where the toy stores are all vintage toy stores.
And that's my bread and butter, baby.
Yeah.
Fucking Yo Toys here in Albuquerque. If they don't have it, they can get it. Like Jerry, he can get it. So Joe Bits sends a $2 super chat. Thank you, Joe Bits. Walmart distributes on a 3-tier demographic system. Interesting. I don't know exactly what that means. 3-tier demographic. But I'll believe you because it sounds legit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Search and Destroy is free on YouTube as far as I know. That's a better Rambo type movie than Ruckus. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check it out. Shut the whole line down of classified absolute lies, says Hasbro headquarters. Well, I did say that. Other people have said that. Yeah. TC1511. If they killed classified, I would be okay. If they continued retro 112th, then advanced it. Losing the stupid numbering system and making retro backs that showed full line for 2 years. I'm all for that, but waves aren't what waves used to be. Like
no,
even when the Joe people at Hasbro were like, oh, well, we're going to go back to 5-figure waves. And then like 2 waves later, there's like 3 figures. It's like, what the fuck, man? You can't keep your word for 6 months. The whole numbering system, that's just to bore into the heads of people who succumb to the psychology of collecting. That's that gotta catch them all bullshit. Like, I don't have number 120. I don't know what that fucking figure is, but I don't have it, so now I gotta find it. That's just how they keep you on the hook. 100%. Son of GTO, they just opened a Toys R Us in Minnesota. We're going to get a Toys R Us in Albuquerque, and it will be open before Christmas of 2026. So within a year, we will have a new Toys R Us. That was, it was all over the fucking news. So it was a big old thing. Yep. Mm-hmm. The only thing I would do different on distributing new Joes that I would own would be online only, cutting scalpers out of the equation, making it easier for anyone to get any character. Why not?
I don't see why not.
I mean, I can go to McFarlane Toys right now and buy a fucking Batmobile and a Batwing and a this and that and a bunch of characters. Why can't you do that with Hasbro?
Exactly.
And don't say Pulse, because Hasbro doesn't own Pulse. That's not theirs. Yep. I'd make Hasbro POWs in bamboo cages. Ouch, dude. 1/6 scale like astronauts, so we don't forget what John McCain.
Wow.
That's the comment right there.
That's it.
It's not saying fag or retard. It's this is what's going to get me killed. Fucking man, that's terrible, man. And I'm laughing. that's I do have a dark sense of humor. I'm sorry. That's funny though. House Hendo says, let me know when KB Toys comes back. The new Toys R Us are very disappointing from what I've seen. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Do you guys want toy stores or not? Like, if you want toy stores and you buy all this modern day bullshit anyway, then just go to Toys R Us and buy a fucking Marvel Legends figure from them. You're going to buy the shit anyway.
Yep.
Why go to Walmart? Fuck Walmart. They don't care about you. They want you to buy pots and pans and groceries and shit with your EBT card. Go to fucking Toys R Us. Buy your stupid fucking Marvel Legends figure or your G.I. Joe classified figure. Buy one dolly from Toys R Us, and then they'll put more shit in their stores. Like, if you don't go to fucking toy stores, then you're just going to keep bitching about Walmart, because Walmart doesn't fucking care about you. Yeah. That's all I got to say. That's it. I'm done. Yeah, this is probably gonna backfire on me.
Well, we'll hear about this for a week.
Yeah, that's fine. They'd be like, oh, Chad said something about Walmart and EBT cards, and he said the R word and the F word, and he talked about the fucking person who wrote fucking Red Hood. Yeah, I did. Buck Fuddy says John McCain is a hero. I ain't fucking around. I voted for him. I loved him. I took care of the guys that went through worse. No, look, if you're dead serious, I voted for John McCain. I don't give a fuck. I'll say it right now. Yep. There you go. Support brick and mortar toy stores all day, every day.
Absolutely.
Bain Capital fucked Toys R Us. It wasn't Toys R Us. It was Bain Capital. They destroyed Toys R Us.
People tend to forget that.
Yeah, for JCPenney's, to keep JCPenney's afloat, they ruined Toys R Us. It's not that kids don't like toys. It's that the big conglomerate that bought them fucking milked them to death. Yeah.
And Penny's is pretty well is down now too. So it was pointless.
Hey, dark humor joke for you. Robert, you're married. I'm married.
Yeah. How
are women in concrete alike? If you laid them right the first time, you can walk all over them for the rest of your life. I'm going to say that's false.
Yeah, really.
Absolutely false. Yeah. Kenzo misses Kmart. Yeah, I do too.
I kind of can miss Kmart.
But I miss Kmart for the toys. And you're talking like, again, that's that 2007, 2012, when everybody was fucking stocked full of toys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's a little bit of rose tinted glasses. Just a little bit. Just saying.
That probably is.
House Hendo. I'm mostly Action Force and Savage Crucible collecting, so I support my local small toy stores. Amen. 100%. Dead serious guy. Thank you for your service. Please have a blessed Veterans Day. Thank you very much. And I love your survive. I love that very much. Adrian Butler. Hey, man. That's me. If we could never get these figures back in brick and mortar stores, I would like Fresh Monkey Fiction to get a license to make Joes.
They'd be like
they'll put out 4 Joes every 3 fucking years.
Yeah, it'd take 5 years to get out.
I will say that the Crimson Moon 4-inch not Red Shadows figures are great figures. I will say that. The fact that I had to wait 3 years for like 4 SKUs fucking sucked. And that's not just me. That's everybody that buys Fresh Monkey Fiction shit. Plus, elephant in the room, Bill fucked over one of my friends because he did Paint Masters for another company that Bill didn't like the fucking owner of. You could try to read into that. You're probably going to be inaccurate, but yeah, no, thank you. I don't think so. Yeah. And then they would charge fucking $50.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Mo says, I like the Fresh Monkey Fiction figures I have. Same. However, in my opinion, they are overpriced.
Yeah.
They do not have the infrastructure to do Joe. I mean, if you were to like balls to the wall fucking do G.I. Joe, there's not a lot of companies that have the ability to fucking crank out G.I. Joe.
No, they don't.
Yeah. Anywho, let's wind this shit down, my dude. We've been going 4 hours. I know you got a wife and a kiddo, and my wife's called me twice already. So
yeah.
Well, but I mean, she gets busy. She doesn't know I'm streaming, so
right.
Yep. When I lost my leg, I made jokes. I still make jokes. At least it didn't cost me an arm and a leg. I can't jack off with my foot.
Okay.
I will give you that. I will 100% give you that. When our medic stepped on a placed IED, which he was more like kicking trash, but it wasn't trash. We held a funeral for his leg, straight up. He was gone.
I've heard of that.
We put him on the bird and he went, and we fucking 9-second fucking salute. Yep. We held a funeral for his leg. So yeah. Kenzo says, great show, fellas. Watched on the television for most of the show. Happy Veterans Day to all who served. Yes, absolutely. Happy Veterans Day to everybody who either has served, is currently serving, or has a loved one who served. So yeah. Brad, I'll give you a call in a minute, dude. I'll hit you up. So Docs wouldn't let me keep the leg. Yeah, that kind of happens, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it does happen.
Oh, look at this hot take. I'm not sure I trust Bobby over Bill Murphy. Bobby talks shit on everyone who is this competition. I'm not saying he doesn't talk shit, but that dude churns out fucking toys, man.
At a reasonable price.
And he fights for the consumer.
In a reasonable amount of time. And he has great customer service.
And lowered prices twice.
Right.
Like him or not, you cannot argue any of those facts.
That's right.
So, yeah. I love Bobby and his line, but he definitely talks shit. Fuck yeah, he talks shit. I talk shit. We all talk shit. Everybody talks shit.
Yeah.
Right? The president's fucking getting caught on a hot mic from long before he was even a president, talking about grab people by the pussy, and the fucking nobody ever lets him fucking get past that. So what? We all talk shit. But there's something to be said about people who will talk shit to your face, because at least they give you that courtesy.
And plus, you always know where you stand when they talk. You know they'll talk shit to your face.
Yeah, it's not like that fucking Terry Ruin motherfucker that makes a goddamn 20-minute hit piece video about me and never fucking names me.
Yeah,
doesn't even have the decency to fucking tell me to my face how he feels about me. No.
Mm-mm.
At least if Bobby didn't like me or I pissed him off, he would fucking tell me to my face, and I gotta respect that. So,
yep.
Anywho, yeah, we don't need to turn this into the Bobby Vala versus everybody else show, right?
Yeah, no, we don't.
Yeah, he fights for what's right, ain't afraid to challenge the norm. Yeah, so whatever. Yeah, there you go. I don't mind shit talkers. They make some good shit happen when they can back it up.
Mm-hmm.
Damn straight. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Robert, thank you for being my special mystery guest. I appreciate you.
Well, sure. I liked being the special mystery guest.
And you and I haven't hung out in a minute, so I appreciate you very much.
Been a bit. Yeah, so that's nice too.
Yep. And everybody who's still in the chat, don't forget that before the end of the year, we're definitely going to have Neon at Night Deke 2 Deke Harder. So that is coming. And yeah. Robert, if you don't mind, my dude, would you be so kind as to sign us out? If you don't mind?
Sure. Well, everyone, have an awesome day.
Is that it?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. It's perfect. I love it. I'm going to sue you.
Chad, how insensitive of you.